been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Everybody, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League Week 2, Day 3. I am going to go through the entire line every single time, but my name is Neptura. I'm your host this evening, and I am joined tonight by DK. DK, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to day number last year, at least for this week, to see who is going to be ending up where they want to go. And as we know, and as you'll explain in a short moment, there's a few things that the teams are going to be looking to accomplish in today's final 5 games. And yeah, whatever they can't pull off by the end, that's it.
It is. It is absolutely it, because this is the final day of week 2. This is where we get our top 16 teams finalized for next week's finals. So the top 10 here, to remind you, everybody, the top 10 are going through out of all 3 groups, not top 10 per group, top 10 out of all the teams we have here this evening. So Group A has already finished. They finished last night, and we will be seeing Group B and Group C go head-to-head in these final 5 matches.
Yep. So that means a lot of pressure, a lot of tension, maybe a little sprinkle of stress coming through with that as well. Who knows? It's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be looking to kind of get themselves situated. We did see Zeus bring in quite an aggressive performance yesterday with those 57 points for the day. 2 chickens, right? So a very, very impressive run coming through from them, but they're not going to be here today. And as I mentioned yesterday, I think there's going to be 2 teams that are going to be looking to go head to head. And I'm expecting to see the Red Tiam Blossom as well as Pmewl's Nova, and maybe even Fenerbahce, right? I would say they are probably going to be bringing in quite a bit of heat. You could even add the players there from not noobs into the mix as well. So the 3 Group C teams, Red Tiam, Fenerbahce, not noobs, and then of course Group B have their own representatives right over there. OOC, S2, and I think Pmewls, right? That's purely just based on where they find themselves currently with the point situation. So the pressure is going to be on. Script Monarchy, we did see them yesterday scoring 38 points all the way up into 10th place. And we are happy for them that they made it up into the top 10. But realistically, after this first match, it's going to change, right? So Script Monarchy, they currently are the gatekeepers of that entry into the finals. So everybody else is, well, going to start the first match, trying to chase them, trying to catch up. But I think more importantly, also, we're going to be looking to see over towards that left-hand side, the top 6 teams, right? They're going to hope that they were able to do enough to secure their position, right? Yeah, it's not going to be a nice feeling, though.
No, it's not. It's one of those things where, you know, you did so much and you tried so hard and you did succeed to an extent, but, you know, in the case of Script Monarchy, when you're looking at a team there who have finished completely, they have no more games to play, and you're looking at that 10th place and you're kind of tied with a lot of other teams that are playing today, it's kind of like, well, that was fun. But GG's, you're
Yeah.
not going to be going through to the finals, unfortunately. But we'll see what the rest of these teams who are playing have to offer us. Now, of course, Ida not going to be playing with us, so we'll see probably a little bit of a shakeup coming in to that player focus. But you know what, DK? We did actually say that last night, and it was not the case at all. So we'll see what happens. But the one thing that won't change is our map rotations. We're going to be going on to Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel Sandwich, as DK likes to call it. And it should be a very epic 5 games. I mean, as we've been discussing, DK, we're really looking forward to all these teams going all out because this is the final 5.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, that's what you would expect to see because this is what they've got left to prove whether or not they are deserving to make it up into the finals. So it's all going to boil down to this. And, well, technically, if you want to be specific about the player focus, Mel's Nova was on the player focus yesterday at the start of the day. And I said Mel's Nova did enough in one day to stay there for a good long while. Today, they're going to come back into the swing of things. And I think we are going to be seeing Mel's Nova kind of regain a little bit of that territory over onto the player focus itself. But now our attention is going to start to shift over on towards the map of Erangel to see what we could be potentially expecting to have come through with regards to that. And yeah, I think realistically speaking, based on the performances that we've seen so far, I think OOC Dreamcore might be a team that are going to be looking to play a little bit of a strong position over on the map of Erangel, because we've seen them in the previous 6 games that they've played, right? They were able to secure themselves 53 points as well as a winner chicken dinner. So they've created a bit of an expectancy, right? They've set a bit of a standard there for themselves, and I would love to see them kind of live up to that. So the pressure is going to be on here to see just how Group B is going to look to try and kind of bounce back from that day that they've now had to do as much research as they could possibly find, and then apply that moving into these final few games.
Yeah, I really agree. OOC did some really good work when we first saw them this week, and I'm expecting that they will do the same again. As you said, all those points, all those stats do point towards a really good game. Certainly on Erangel coming in to game number 1, which will be coming through very, very shortly. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking about teams that I want to see do well, or that I think are going to do really well. And looking through here, I think Vio, I praised them last week for being always there and always willing to fight and never actually give up no matter how few players they have. I think they now have, being in Group B, another opportunity to do that as well. We've already gone over Mel's Nova and Red Tiam. You've gone over OOC as well. I will also say Fenerbahce. I mean, yesterday they came out with a really, really good performance. I mean, they won a game coming through in one of them. It was one of the Miramars, wasn't it? I think so. A very, very good position coming in from them as well. And they're looking very strong. They're not that far away from those top 6 spots. They're already in the top 10. So as long as things don't go horribly wrong, they should be good to go. But that is all speculation at this point, DK. We got to get into game to figure it out. And I think we should probably touch a slight bit on the fact that those hardships have continued to come through this week. Not so much as in week 1, but still a little bit there. And I'm hoping for the team's sake that we're not really going to be getting into that too much. But, you know, as you've been saying all along, DK, sometimes it's actually much, much harder to actually play your own game than it is to kind of just let the zone dictate.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see that play out yesterday. I think it was in our last Erangel of the day. It took a nice centered positioning. So the teams had to work pretty dang hard. No, that was the first match of the day yesterday, which we had that center zone coming through. So yeah, I'm curious as to what the zone will be bringing for them this time around. Is it going to be a center zone? Is it going to be one that takes, as you would say, that, you know, those more hard shifts? All is to be discovered, as we'll be finding out very, very soon. I think maybe a complementary zone to this flight path could be quite beneficial for the teams. Again, they don't have to move too far, right? Don't have to stress about things all too much, and they can focus on playing as opposed to rotating, right? And I mean, it just makes for a lot more exciting sessions as we work through these zones, getting the teams closer and closer to that final phase, that final stage of the day. But yeah, I mean, a good distribution of teams heading down here. You can see Fenerbahce and Pmewl. Ooh, yep, there we have it. It's gonna be rotation heavy, at least at the beginning, because essentially nobody is in zone. Fenerbahce, they're really close, but not quite there. Pmewl Nova also exceptionally close, but yeah, there we go. They've grabbed themselves some vehicles, so good drop location there. And I like that kind of assessment, that decision that they made, rather going for a vehicle spawn and then moving up as opposed to, you know, landing in an alternative drop location. And speaking about alternative drop locations, look at what we have right there over in Gatka.
Yeah.
A little bit of a back and forth, right? We do see the players there from Tasted and Digital Athletics now getting at each other.
We sure do, and that is interesting. I mean, we did talk about Digital Athletics a little bit when it came into day number 1, where they really surprised us by being bottom of the leaderboard at the end of that day, right? So there's a lot being kind of hoped for Digital Athletics, and maybe they'll use this as an opportunity to go forward. But they have already lost that one player. Two players are for Tasted here, but you know that one player from Digital Athletics is gone, right? So it's an early altercation. I'm not sure they really wanted, but at least they get a positive point out of it, right? They get that extra point for the elimination that they gave away. Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. I really do hope Digital Athletics have more in the tank than they did in day number 1, because they're going to have to. And it's compared to week 1, it really was not really all that expected, because they did so well in that week 1. So hopefully that was just a day that was kind of rough, and then they're going to move on and be that team that we were seeing in week number 1.
Yeah, I mean, like, they've been able to secure 51 points on this map, right? One of which, one of those games, they also got themselves a winner chicken dinner. So
exactly,
they should statistically be performing quite well. I mean, they've been able to secure themselves 88 points in total across all the maps that they've played, across all the games that they've played. 88 points, right? So that is week 1 and week 2 combined. But 83 of those 88 points came from the first week.
Yes.
The other 5 came from this week, which is quite confusing, right? A team that got 51 are going to be looking to rectify that moving in today's matches. And I think that's the exciting part of what we have happening here today, is it's that opportunity for Digital to do exactly that. And it seems to be what they've kind of decided to do, is they now swoop in, coming through with already those 2 eliminations, a good bit of leverage that they've got onto the side here of Tasted. So let's see whether or not they are going to look to kind of close this one up, sending up that 2-1 split. I think it is a good call being made here. Sila going to be keeping that slight bit of an Overwatch angle. Of course, now they start to smoke it up to try and draw the players here from Tasted to the opposite side, but Tasted kind of knew that was coming, right? You can see the utilities now getting cooked up, getting prepped and ready to throw across the way.
Oh, that's a good
one. But now
one.
they're going to find it. Yeah, Boksung almost running straight into that nade.
Yeah, very, very nearly did she do that. I'm not sure how she managed to get no damage taken off for that, but it's a good thing she didn't, right? Because there is this number disadvantage here. There's only 2 to Digital Athletics 3 here. And Digital Athletics are looking for this elimination. You were right? They are looking for it. They're trying to get it as quickly as possible as well, continually looking for that angle. But Tasty Lucy May are not going to be going down that easily. You can see her moving over to that angle and continuing to make sure there's no wraparound coming through, which is nice to see. But I don't know how much longer you can really do this, right? They have a couple of good things, no utilities, but, you know, the odd med or 2 and some good weapons on board. So I'm not sure how they should play this, but they can't just sit here for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but the zone is also starting to close on up. So they're going to have to make a call at some point moving forward. Taste it now, just going to try and keep it nice and stationary. Not going to be looking to make any crazy major moves just yet. Atsi also up on the top there, trying to keep a little bit of a position. We did see those utilities flying in, but fortunately it wasn't sent right in their direction. But Digital Athletics now busy doing their due diligence, right? They're clearing it out compound by compound, ensuring that they won't necessarily get caught with any unnecessary surprises. Sure, there is going to be a little bit of an exchange once they enter that door right over there, but we'll see soon enough just how they look to play through it and whether or not they're going to be able to securely clear out that compound, because they've got just under 2 minutes to kind of wrap it up and then move onto that next rotation, move into the next position. And as we saw, the zone has taken quite a bit of a shift, so there is still quite a bit of ground for them to try and cover. Meanwhile, looking over to S2G here, all the way over in towards Malta, they don't have that far to go. So I'm curious as to where they'll be looking to rotate up. Maybe a little bit of that shelter play, maybe even taking a deeper plunge up towards Yasnaya Poliana, which we can see several other teams now looking to opt for. But also up in Stolba, OOC and S2 starting to draw a little bit closer to each other.
Now that is an interesting turn of events. Stolber going to be such an important part of this next zone, so you can see why teams are trying to get to it and why there might be a contest for it. But this could be super exciting to watch. I mean, we haven't really seen a Stolber fight in PMEWL since the new update has come through with those extra buildings in it. So I've not actually seen a fight happen in that area. So I'd be really interested to see how that goes as Poksunka does go on down there. Very sneaky little angle, and that's everything that Digital Athletics need. They're going to go through, take out the other player, and that's it. And actually, Leah is getting that squad wipe. 4 eliminations going to her, as Taste It have to wait for another game to come before they can start getting points.
Yeah, that's a strong recovery coming through from Digital there. Got to love it for them. But now comes the hard, challenging work, right? They got to get back into zone and find an uncontested position to rotate in towards. So we've got a few seconds left until we'll move into stage number 2. 3 teams still outside of zone. That is going to be Vio as well as Digital, as we saw. And then, of course, not Noobs. But they'll be dipping up into that zone, as we can see right there. Again, not a drastic, crazy, aggressive shift coming through, as it is going to be essentially centering up onto Yasnaya Poliana. So this is going to be an interesting play as to how the teams are going to look to get themselves situated, because we can see over on the left-hand side, up on the little tiny mini-map, right? Really tiny. We do have the players there from Red Tiam holding on towards the southern side of Yasnaya Poliana, and then Mel's Nova up onto the north. And aside from those two, everybody else could still look to rotate in.
Yeah, they absolutely could. Watching S2G actually in particular there, we spoke about them a minute ago, and they've got a really nice little entry into zone. There's no one immediately in front of them. Yes, you got Fenerbahce and also one more up there, but not really in that vicinity until they start moving up there. So they've got plenty of room to work with for now, and if they do want to be super ambitious, then they can do so, but it's not going to be the same here for Digital Athletics, right? You see them out in the blue. They're just trying to get those final pieces of loot ready and going to go, but Vio is passing them by. I think that is going to be the pass by that they're looking for rather than that altercation. That would be rather silly to altercate now, I think. But still, that threat is still there. It's something to look out for, but it gives Digital Athletics that information of, oh, there's a team ahead of us. I wonder where they're going to go and how do we avoid them?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they are sitting with the issue where they don't necessarily have vehicles to make those rotations with. Well, the answer is no, because you can see Leah now starting to move on through here. So, yeah, Digital just need to get their butts all the way up in towards zone. Meanwhile, looking up on towards the slightly more northern edge of zone, it's going to be S2 keeping a nice, concise position here. We've got K12 just over to their northwestern side. So there is a little bit of something for them to be a little bit more watchful for. They are going to keep their heads on a swivel. As you can see them being quite proactive with this, right? Trying to pay as best attention as they can to anything and everything in their surrounding area. But we do see those little dots starting to draw nearer and nearer. VPG also just moving in alongside a few of our squads here. Not noobs also making that long trek, coming all the way from far south, now flying straight through the eastern side. They are running into a few difficulties here as they have lost one of their players, but they still have that 3-piece left to move on forward. NATO also tried to make a bit of a play, trying to cram up in towards the north of Yasnaya. But that was Mel's Nova just saying, well, no, that ain't going to happen.
It's not going to happen indeed, and Remy is going to be the one to fall there. Looks like potentially Luna's trying to get this this res going, and I think that was a warning. The smoking vehicle is a warning. Don't even think about it. That is a lost cause up there, and you can see Mel's. They're trying to do something here to actually try and thirst that player up, get that finish. You see there, 0-1's going to be taking her out pretty soon here, and that will be the end of it. But NATO are in a really good position, actually, despite everything. Oh, maybe not if you lose one more player. Oh, dear. I feel like she would have been better off actually doing something like staying on behind that pylon, right? I think that could have been an interesting off angle, and even if you were to leave in the opposite direction. Don't come back to that building, because you're providing a clear line of sight there that's much easier to hit than going away from those buildings. So unfortunate, but they will move on with just those two, and Mel's get 2 eliminations off the board. They're going to be over in those apartment buildings, and with stage 2 being here, it's not bad, but that's not what they want. They want epic. That's what they want. They want a squad wipe to start off the game, because yes, it is still the start of the game. It's only stage 2, and now it leaves just one solo left alive for NATO to survive somehow.
Yeah, it's an interesting set of events. I mean, for NATO, sometimes you just gotta cut your losses, right? Yeah, I'm curious to see what is gonna happen here. VO also just making a quick little push as they do come in, so they have been able to find themselves a successful rotation. Moving up here, Digital, they are in. They made it. They're just north of Rozhok, and then, of course, we got the lovely Dark Angels also holding on that far southern side. They're just keeping their distance, right? So, yeah, let's see what this one brings.
Absolutely. This zone, I'm feeling it's going to go north, to be honest. I think we are going to have a Stalber finish. Some of these teams are going for that eastern approach, which is possible, but I'm kind of feeling, yeah, North Yasnaya. I mean, this is more Yasnaya than I thought it was going to be. It's gone slightly more south, but this is the general area that actually for these teams, DK, is worse because of how open it is. There's not that much you can do to hold a position securely unless you're going to be full aggro with your position that you're holding, because there's no other way to do it. Dark Angels have just snuck into zone here, and they've still got a long way to go. DK, I'm kind of worried about them, because if they go into that south side, I don't see much chance of them being able to move further.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. There's not a lot of options, and fortunately for them, they're coming through from that southern side. There is a little bit of that elevated angle to move forward from, so they're not going to get spotted immediately. But you got to say the same for the east, right? That looks a little bit more challenging, and also the same option is going to be happening, or same thing rather, is going to be happening over on that western front.
It is indeed. This is an interesting compound. I mean, you and I have been here a couple of times in our own, sweaty lobbies. And K12 are taking up the same spot. I don't love this position. I think it's probably okay for now, but it's very open, and that makes me scared. I'm very scared about this. It is edge of zone as well, which for now is a good landing or diving board, right? It's a good diving board for these teams, or for K12, into the next phase of where they need to be, but it is going to work for now. I mean, any compound can be your compound if you work hard enough at it, so we'll see what they're gonna be putting into that compound to make it work for them. As we look at Fenerbahce, actually on the opposite side of zone completely. The southeast side is where they'll be holding, but S2G are waiting in the wings as well, so getting a little crowded on the south side. Enigma, DK, they've decided to go all the way to the north side, but here I think they're going to actually have more trouble than if they just went south.
Yeah, I don't know. There could be quite a few things that are yet to come through off of this. K12, though, you're saying that it's very open. but there's nobody there.
True.
So they're fine. There's nobody close to them, so they can hold on to that position. S2, though, similar kind of setup that they've got here, but they do have a team held below them and a few teams just over towards that eastern side, so they need to be quite careful as to how they try to push through this. But yeah, it's all going to come down to what this next zone shift will be bringing on through. Of course, Freya is just going to be poking and prodding a little bit, but again, not overly committing to anything just yet.
And that's the way you want to play it. I think it's still too early in the game to really go all in on something. This is the preparatory phase, and Enigma Dolls might have to learn that as they try. I mean, it's a good play, right? They go to the north. They're trying to evade a lot of teams, but they couldn't have known, or maybe they should have maybe guessed a little bit more than they did, that there were going to be a couple of teams here. Here, they've actually moved in between two teams, and as Enigma goes down to just that solo and Mel's is trying to find her, I mean, it's going to be very, very tough for them to get out of this. The only saving grace they may have here is that OOC has actually moved straight into VBG, but no, it is going to be them going down. They're not going to be able to be seen as Socia sees everything. Laylo goes down very, very quickly. Had no idea that player was there. All right, then. Now it's just down to Femida, who's got that DBS in hand, but the nades, the Molotovs going into that building, I think that's going to be her done very, very quickly. And Socia is just the last one standing.
Well, let's see. VPG came in with only a 3-piece, so left to that solo. Yeah, OOC, they took it out of context as they pushed up and wrapped up and closed it down. But not Noobs. Going to be looking to find a little bit of that third-party opportunity, potentially, as we see them now making that rotation up north. But everybody else, Neb, they're still going to push up.
They do, and that's the scary bit. This is the bit where you kind of go, oh my god, we've got to go all the way up there? Why? Why have you done this to us? Especially Mel's, right? They were so comfortably situated, and now that's all gone to waste. OOC feeling like they may not have, or should not have gone down so far to the south, because now Stalbert is in play, at least a little bit more than it was, and a lot of these teams are going to be wrapping around to the top side of the mountain. But for now, OOC have to get rid of Not Noobs if they want to go back, because these teams, they're not going to allow OOC or Not Noobs to finish this out in a long, drawn-out fight.
You know, I think a good spot would be just to the south of Stalbert on the edge of that mountainside, because if you're up on the ridgeline, well, you can't see over that, right? So pretty much kind of right here where OOC is, maybe just a little bit more towards that western side. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be K12 still kind of continuing with the trend that we saw come through from them. Still going to be staying up towards the northwestern side of zone and not overly extending their reach. Red Tiam, though, they've dipped out into the blue to try and come through with a very wide northern rotation.
Ooh! Goodness me. Dynasty keeps doing that. She's always the one with the vehicle, and ooh, Ariazita, she's the only one left alone for Fenerbahce, and that is surprising, I have to say. I mean, S2G and Fenerbahce have been looking at each other for a little while, but the type of plays we were seeing from Fenerbahce yesterday did seem to say that they would have more in the tank than what seems to have taken place here in this game. But S2G, we didn't really see what happened. We could have just been on that rotation for all we know. But Vio and Mel's now. Mel's have moved up successfully into zone, but this is not the best position for them. Yes, they have this ridge, but they're always looking up at these teams. So perhaps an altercation is in order. Maybe Digital Athletics, maybe even the team directly above them to get a better position.
Could be. It could definitely be. It's not going to be too surprising if that does tend to be this play here. And of course, the zone is going to pull down to the southern side. So all the teams that have worked so hard to get themselves up north, like Red Tiam, are going to be kicking the floor now, because all of that work, all of that HP that they lost, Cat Bane's getting taken down to the blue, and then have the zone move to that southern side, right? What a big oof that is. But that's just the way the game goes some days, and now it is going to be quite a congested western front here. It's going to be Mel's and potentially even the side here of Vio that are going to be looking to lock it down. S2, Digital Athletics, as well as the side there of Yikes, are now going to be looking for a way in.
The zone's really messing with these teams. It really, really is. And now you're seeing all of this fighting going on that western front. And S2G, actually, this goes really, really well for them. They have just a few meters to get into zone. There's no one there except this solo of not noobs. Fenerbahce goes down. And that means now it's clear on the north side for the most part and that south side. So again, we're seeing these teams that are on those sides being able to kind of just lay low and scope out what they need to scope out. Digital Athletics does go out there. Pmewl's picking up their 5th elimination on the board for this match so far, and we still have 11 teams. But DK, OOC, the team we were talking about before the game, they're topping the leaderboard right now with 7 eliminations.
Yep, they're definitely looking to do quite a bit here, and currently they will yet again find themselves relatively uncontested up on towards that northeastern side of zone. They do have not noobs pretty close to them, but that's just a solo, so they can quickly and swiftly deal with that. But I'm going to be looking up to the north to see how the teams are going to try to cram up into this area. I mean, K12, Red Tiam, Dark Angels, and potentially even NATO, all going to try and make that play, going to try and find a bit of a viable location to move up in towards. But for now, yikes, they are going to be on the defensive though.
And they have to, right? They have the compound that kind of everybody wants, and they do need to sort of get more into zone rather, but the zone is not very happy. It's very, very open. It's not playable. A lot of this terrain is not playable for these teams. So these edge plays, these edge compounds are all they have. So Yike's definitely going to have to hold on to that as long as they possibly can. But meanwhile, it is going to be Dark Angels down to the south side who are losing player after player there, and they're going down to one player, just that solo. S2 as well, haven't heard much from them so far, and Dark Angels will go out. S2G looking to get their potentially 5th, 6th elimination, and we'll see how that goes for them, because now they're kind of looking over to that north side. There's a lot going on for this team.
Quite a bit though, and they still have a long way to go up in towards zone. S2 and S2G gonna find themselves rubbing shoulders right here. We do have a big vacant lot of land over on towards the eastern side, right? The entire eastern half of zone is just barren, right? There's nobody in it. So there is still quite a bit of space that could be taken up here, but the teams do seem to be quite hesitant. They're not going to be looking to full send it forward just yet. Retiam are going to try and see if they can maybe pick up a little bit of that NATO action. Mel's also going to be feeling a little bit of the heat, a little bit of the pressure starting to build. Yikes also keeping a very concise angle on the edge, because you can see this is why the teams aren't full sending it, moving up in towards the zone. It is so revealing, so open, and so dang challenging, Nep, to play through.
It absolutely is. I mean, I don't know what these teams on the south side are going to do. S2G have tried to move in bit by bit, but now the teams from the north are rolling down that hill, and S2G are under enough fire as it is from all those teams on that western side, and this is where teams will start to fall. K12 is the first to go. 3 eliminations now, and Yikes will take out Venus. There we go. GG's there, or Vio rather, and get taken out herself. There we go. Yikes getting taken out. 2 eliminations on the board, but at least a few placement points will go their way. Pmewl's looking confident on that ridge line, but they have to be careful about S2 down at the bottom. That solo could play a major part in all of this, and S2G not taking no for an answer, DK. They're going ahead with this push.
Oh, but they will get denied by S2G as they come up and close the door in their face. Down to the final 5. We are Retiam looking very low on health, as we did see Tiger quickly just restoring a little bit of HP there. I was curious as to why we are only seeing black helmets, but now we know why, because, well, Retiam just got taken out. Now, looking at the angles here, we don't have anybody holding on to Zorn. I mean, NATO could maybe still play a bit of an upset up towards that northern side, but the rest of the lobby, they are just going to be duking it out, and Mel's going to try and ride that ridge as long as they possibly can, because they can see right into OOC.
They absolutely can, and that spells disaster for OOC. I think the team will be fine with the result that they get, right? They have enough eliminations to do so, but yeah, you still want the win. You still want to go as far as possible, and S2G are looking a little bit sadder as another player goes out there. It's just Saren left alone, and that's the buggy elimination coming through for Mel's Nova as OOC go out at the same time, DK. That was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of getting the job done, stepping up and having everything kind of just fall in your lap, right? Not going to complain about that, though. But yeah, a very challenging zone moving to the northern side of Yasnaya up onto the hillside. It is quite tough to play, especially looking at how far the teams had to rotate up, going all the way from that far southern side, right? A very lengthy rotation, quite costly for a few teams, as it did really chunk away at those HP bars. So it's inevitable, but it's going to happen at some point. But yeah, I think the most brutal part that we saw was the zone kind of hinting to the players that it's going to go up north. Red Tian making that rotation out through the blue zone. And then the zone's like, gotcha. And then it moves down south. And yeah, all that HP loss for no reason whatsoever. So a very unfortunate call being made there. The Zune, yes, and the zone being quite brutal. But, you know, that kind of is just sometimes what Erangel does.
It does, and it's been brutal these past few weeks. I mean, this game is not the half of what we have seen, but you're quite right. That hard shift down to the south was awful, and a lot of these teams, I mean, I would love to be in those team speaks when that shift happened, because oh my goodness, I think there have been some choice words for that zone for sure, as that just spelt trouble and ultimately loss for everybody there. But you know what, Mel's Nova are the one to come out on top. They took out S2G, they took out OOC, they took out most of the lobby. Actually, they came in with some massive points for this first game, and honestly, we expected nothing less, DK. If we remember what we were talking about down before the game began, we were hyping up Mel's Nova as a team that came through the entire A versus C and still being in that top 10 place. They were only dropping down a little bit towards the end of the night. So coming back in here tonight with a 14 elimination, 3,200 damage dealt game is top 5 easily.
Yeah, but what a way to make a statement. This, of course, being Mel Nova's first winner chicken dinner.
That's crazy.
Right, this is the first victory that they had, and they do so with great figures to close it all. 14 eliminations, as you said, the 3,200 looking pretty good, pretty hot, pretty spicy. But speaking of which, though, we got to take a look and see where the teams ended, right, with regards to our stats, right? We've got the healing, we've got the long-range hits and all that stuff coming through. And, of course, no surprise to see there not being a lot of health being recovered in this match here. The zone just doing what it does. But the teams were pretty focused in on each other. Also, not a lot of opportunities for crazy long-distance hits, as is kind of to be expected, looking at where it's shifted up towards. So that's why we've got Mel's or Daddy only coming in with a 211-meter hit.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Oh, but she is going to be our MVP with 6 eliminations and 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage going on out there. 3 assists as well to add up to her score. And oh, Daddy is taking this match by storm with this one. GG's coming through for the first Erangel.
Yeah, great play to them. But, well, now they got to look to see if they can keep that momentum going, keep the push flying as far as they can take it, because it's going to be of the utmost importance, right? I'm kind of expecting to see Mel's Nova now being quite well situated within the standings over here, especially coming through with those 24 points. That is going to bode exceptionally well for them. And of course, then we add onto that OOC as well as S2G, who found themselves situated relatively close, 6 points separating them leading into this game, and only 5 points now separating them yet again. But OOC was trailing behind S2G. Right now, I think there might only be potentially 1 point difference between them. And let's get the confirmation. Yes, my math is 100% accurate. I like that when it happens.
Wow.
But we also got to look at what Mel's did, right? Mel's, they've now moved up. They were in 9th place. They've now been able to secure themselves into that 6th position.
And not by much as well, right? 5 points rather is the total points required to get into that top 5. A point that we should make is that the top 5 currently are held all by Group A teams, as one might expect. But with one game, Mel's has started to threaten that 5th position, Boars' position here. And, as long as you're top 10, it's fine. There's still 20 odd points between that before it starts getting into the danger zone, right? But still, Mel showing up with a fantastic range here of just jumping across those points to get to that top 6 finish. So GG's there. As we say, GG's to our player focus. The players in there right now, it is going to be all 3 still up as we saw before this game. No one has quite come close to our girls here so far for Group B versus C. But that should all change in the coming matches.
Yeah, it is going to change up quite a bit as the teams start to pick up momentum, start continuing with that pacing. And it's interesting to see that, we have here what we have, right? 2 of our Group A squads holding nice and steady. But I think as the teams continue to kind of find that momentum, the first match, it's difficult to contest against those top 3 that we have in the player focus. But I'm pretty sure once we start getting into game number 2, game number 3, that's where we are going to be having that reinsurgence coming through yet again. And I'm expecting Mel's Nova to be the first squad from today, rather, to make it into that.
Yeah, I expect so as well. And I expect a whole lot more coming through into this next match of Miramar. But before that, of course, we will be going into a short break. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. of a match. Hi, everybody. I'm now unmuted and I can begin again. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into Miramar very, very shortly. I'm going to get a DM from DK in just a second here, laughing at me. So we're going to move on very, very swiftly. We had a fantastic game in Erangel there. Just a roller coaster of emotions and of zone shifts. So we're looking for this Miramar to please be a bit kinder to our teams here, but also not really, because we love the chaos. We thrive on it.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. Okay. But see, so this is what happens when we talk about mute, right? Muting things. In between games, then you are the one ending up muting yourself.
Yeah.
That is just hilarious. But anyway, we are going to be looking at this map, and I honestly think that the zone is going to go one of two places. Either back down to Los Leones, maybe even over to Valle del Mar. But then at the same time, I've got a suspicion that it might go like Pozo, Monte Nuevo, kind of over there as well. Yeah, that's what I think it's going to do. One spot that I've hardly ever seen the zone go to is Oasis.
Yeah, it's sought after and never given. It's very sad.
Yeah. It's like the reverse of those little islands. Speaking about little islands, we got a little bit of island of carnage right over there. It is going to be action right out of the gate. As you can see, VPG and S2G going at each other. The zone,
You're right.
was leaned over into Crater Field, so I wasn't too far out with that one. So let's see now what the southern teams are going to do, because I'm pretty sure North, they just going to, have a whole lot of fun, especially looking at El Pozo.
Yes, indeed. But you know what I'm also looking at, DK, is the 3 points of contention we have. We have NATO and Pmewl over in El Pozo. We have VBG and S2G over in Hacienda. We also have, I believe, Vio and Not Noobs over in Valle de Mar. So there's a lot of actual hot drops going on in small spaces, and that doesn't even count that solo of OOC that somehow has managed to find herself in the middle of a team over in Monte Nuevo.
In Valle del Mar, yes, we do have a little bit of a something.
I knew you were going to bring that up. I knew it.
On that. Yeah, I can speak in code because you know exactly what I just did.
Yes.
But that's fine. Femida also knows exactly what just happened, as Sarah is now the last one left for the squad. This is very unfortunate to see VPG only going through with a 3-piece here today. I mean, what's that? Why? But okay, well, I guess that's a thing now. Hopefully we can see them return with that additional player, as Socia gets taken down yet again. So Sarah seems to be the survivor right here, tries to get a strafing going, but unfortunately having 2 weapons, one of which is a M249.
Yep, there you go.
I mean, you just can't dodge that.
You can't. No.
Especially not at close range. It's like someone sending a brick wall in your direction. It's like, how do you dodge it? You just simply can't.
I mean, kudos to her, though. At least she got both of those players within 1 HP. So a really, really good effort. But yeah, you don't beat the M249, especially at that range. It's just too lethal. So good choices there from S2G coming on through, and that's going to leave them with Hacienda all to themselves. They lose 1 but gain 3. So shouldn't be too bad of an outcome for them. And we're only in the first minute and a half of the game, which is kind of crazy. Just I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy that we're this close from the beginning of the game and we're already looking at these teams here. And here's another one that we're going to be looking at down to the south, Vio. But for Not Noobs, they've actually decided to move far, far away. So Vio are going to loot in somewhat of peace, some peace. That piece is not going to last long, though, DK, because you do see them kind of waiting in that wings and in a gatekeep position that almost looks premeditated.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of that meditation coming through, though. Meditation or meditated, it could be either or. We'll find out soon enough. Obviously, they can't linger on that too long because they still have to think about that zone positioning, moving more towards those northern positions, those northern territories. And I want to see who's going to look to try and maybe push up into La Cobreria, right? I think that could be an interesting setup. Either that or the Greater Hills. I think that is going to be a very interesting spot to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Crater Hills has done so much for so many over the years, and this is not going to be any different. And the team that gets to Crater Fields fastest and soonest is going to be the one that probably comes up on top here, particularly on that eastern side. There's some really, really good spots up there. So we'll see what happens. As in the elimination feed, you do see Vio trying to get a knock onto one of the not noob players, and one is down here with that Winchester. Love to see a snip snap coming into action here, but again, they're outside the zone. OOC is in that Chumacera. It's looking like they're a little bit close for comfort, and I only mention that because of those rotations that are going to have to come through fairly quickly. A common rotation out of this area is through Chumacera. And so we're going to have to be very careful for either one of these teams, or maybe both, that have to go in that direction.
Yep, but that's the exciting part. Rotations could take them wherever they need to go. So, yeah, Chumacera, let's go with that. That is going to be the place to have it be for right now. In the meanwhile, Taste It, they just have a nice bit of a play up in towards Los Leones. Esu are going to be sharing that spot with them, but as we know, it's so vast that we don't see them taking engagements. Hang on. Did we just see Fenerbahce self-nading?
Oh, no. Did we? Oh, yeah, we might have done.
I don't know why. Maybe that was a misfire, but yeah, not the kind of whoopsie you want to have happen. Luckily for them, there was nobody near them.
Then why was the nade out at all? That's interesting. Okay, you know what? We're not going to question it. She's back up. She's healthy-ish. We're fine. Vio, in the meantime, go out just like that. Super quick. We didn't even catch it properly there, as not noobs are going to take all 4 of those eliminations. So, honestly, well hot dropped by them, right? They had the right idea with that 1-3 split coming in onto the side, not going all in like they did later on, right? You don't hot drop with and amongst a team. You hot drop around that team and then have them trapped when they're ready to fight. So GG's there, 2 not noobs. They will continue the game as a full squad with 4 eliminations as we say goodbye to Vio, but we're only saying hello to Mel's Nova so far, DK. 1 elimination on the board so far, and they are situated very comfortably in El Pozo.
Yeah, you wanna play for that, right? I mean, Mel's, they're looking quite comfortable and quite confident, and that is kind of the trend that we've had from them from day number 1st. So no surprise to see that kind of being a bit of a continuation over here, except for D1 that has now hit into the side there of the buildings. But that is the part of the trouble of driving a supercar up a mountain in the desert.
True.
It's not really supposed to happen, but it's PUBG, so we'll allow it, I guess. But it's interesting to see just where these teams are going to try and get themselves situated. And I think at least for Mel's, it could be quite a decent spot towards the edge of the crater here, as we can see D1 now trying to move into.
Absolutely, this is a great spot for them. It's outside the city where things can get just a little bit too, a little bit too spicy, but things are looking very spicy for whoever's on horseback over there. Great little headshot spray coming in from Lana onto, from NATO, from these cliff sides. A fantastic position for them. They're not going to find whoever's up there, however, going to go out of that range and disappear into the ether. Fortunately for whoever was on that, that's a bold move riding across the plains. Got to feel a little bit like you're in the Wild West out there. But NATO, trying to bring them back to reality, are not going to succeed. So they're going to have to turn back to what their own plan is here. And again, this is a great spot for them. This is the hillside we've been talking about, DK. And for now, NATO looks like they're in full control of it.
Well, let's see if they can continue to maintain that control, because it's going to be quite important, especially depending on how this next phase is going to be looking to shift on up as well. Yikes, also getting themselves into a little bit of an altercation. They K12 knocking on the door, and they are not, welcoming any visitors in just yet. They are busy prepping the space, so it makes a whole lot of sense. Dark Angels, though, also going to be trying to maybe go for a little bit more of a far northern approach here as they rotate up towards La Cobreria, especially if the zone now shifts there. They're going to be quite comfortable with that angle, but it is a city, so it might be a little bit more challenging to defend.
Indeed, it's something we see a lot, right, where those cities are very, very difficult because once the zone shifts towards a city, you get 3, 4, 5 teams all clustered in there looking at each other, and then the zone shifts away, and then it's just the end of the road for many of them in there. So, if possible, you do want to actually avoid those cities at all costs, and Melis Nova going to be one of those teams to do so, now taking shots home to somebody else there. But again, that range, that vision range is not going to be available to them, so they're going to have to let that one go. And you can see Odadia now into the new zone. Stage 2 has hit. She's been looking around, getting those vehicles, and now she's back in it. So going to be joining up with her team very, very soon here. DK Not Noobs finally moving out of the south side, the south coast, and going to be moving into this zone fairly shortly. But they might just clash with Digital Athletics here.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the risk of rotating up. You don't necessarily know who's up ahead of you. You usually find out the moment it happens. But it doesn't seem like Not Noobs are going to be bumping into anybody. It does seem like they are pretty much committed to staying on that far western front. So they could potentially even sneak in behind the players there from Melis Nova, which could be quite interesting. Speaking of which, though, S2 are going to be secured over towards the hills just north there of Picado. So a very isolated angle that they have themselves in, as you can see up on the map. Tasted also pushing in from that eastern side. But I like the fact that the Dark Angels are now slowly trying to make a bit of ground, right? They've rotated in from the north, and now they start to descend, trying to climb those hills. And I think if they can get in behind Fenerbahce, for instance, that could actually be quite a beneficial spot to play from.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you can get in behind Fenerbahce, that could be a very easy cleanup for you, as this just might be a great cleanup. The exchange of nades, just falls a little bit too far, and Lucy's not going to have that much damage taken off of her. But an interesting fight that we're having here nonetheless is the war of the nades so far, as Dynasty's looking to secure the first elimination, and Nakshi does fine there, but Tiam is waiting in the distance, possibly looking for this third party. So SUG, both of these teams, they're going to have to figure out what to do here, and now the DBS comes into play. First the nade, and now it's the DBS, and the UMP is no match for it.
Well, I mean, yeah, right, the nade is much broader and well-rounded in comparison to what we have from the UMP, or at least what comes out of the UMP, right?
True.
The answer is magazines, because that's where the ammo goes. But yeah, let's see whether or not S2G are going to be able to survive this position here. I like the aggression being shown, but now Red Tiam, I mean, they got to try and bounce back, right? Trying to make up for what happened in game number 1, right? They want to play a better positioning, and that's why this time around they are smack dab center as opposed to being up on the edge. So, yeah, I think it's a good adjustment coming in from their end. It's all going to boil down to how these next few zones, the next few shifts pan out as to whether or not it's going to be successful for them.
Ooh, yep, there we go. Lucy is going to go on down there to Tiam. And you're right, that aggression coming through from them is top tier. That full send through once they had gotten rid of K12 is a really, really good sign that this team means business in this game. And you can see that coming through there. Great nade onto Dynasty is going to get rid of S2G. I mean, S2G don't get any placement points, but they do get those 4 eliminations as well. So at least they do go out with a few more points on the board, and Tiam's now up to 3. They're still a full squad. They're in the north side of zone, and actually that north side doesn't really have anybody at the moment. Yes, Fenerbahce probably going to be moving in onto that side, but with Hana now moving into the west cliff of San Martin, you're looking at a really, really strong position.
But, I mean, what a shift that is coming through from the zone, right? Pulling back all the way into there. And I got to say, I kind of like it, right? We're up in the valleys. So we are going to be seeing a lot of that elevated positions now getting played on through here. as Retiam start to push all the way across, straight through the zone, over onto the far end. I think that is a good position to call home, at least for the time being. The hillsides, as you mentioned, on that western side. Now, Enigma Dolls, they've got the same idea, so Retiam, they're going to have to fight for their spot if they want to keep it.
I think that was a quick shift away from that plan, though. DK Mummy and her teammate looking to move into these compounds instead. I don't hate this shift from them, this change of plans. They did lose Kiki over towards the north side there. I believe Fenerbahce picked that up. And I understand that, because now they saw that by going up that mountain, they now put themselves in a sandwich position. Probably there was going to be somebody ahead of them. They only were down to 2 now. And so the safer option here is to go for a building, to go for a compound, and kind of just wait it out, see what happens. See what happens to the team, see what happens to the zone as well. So not a bad shift in plans. That's that adaptability that we love to see coming on through there. And for Pmewl's Nova, they're having to adapt quite a bit, DK, because we saw them very comfortably on that hill, on that mountain, in those compounds, and now they're having to move in to a much lower ground.
Well, I mean, lower ground not necessarily going to be the worst spot that they could look to get themselves situated into, right? I mean, there's still a bit of a way to go, and we still have quite a few teams, and I mean, there's almost any position in the zone is going to be low ground compared to somebody else, right? Especially looking at OOC that are poached, well, at the tippity top, everybody else is on low ground compared to where they find themselves situated. But it's going to be an uphill battle regardless of it, because we still have 12 teams that are surviving at this point. And that's 46 players. So that is a hefty number of barrels that could be pointing at you. So OOC, even though they've made the bold move of getting themselves up in center, they need to be pretty active and proactive about it, right? They need to keep their heads on a swivel so that nobody could maybe even sneak up on them. And speaking about sneaking, we do have one team that is going to be looking to maybe sneak their way to more of that southern edge, as that it will be the players there from the Dark Angels pushing in right behind the side of NATO.
That's an interesting spot to actually take, with NATO being so high up, right? It is possible that the Dark Angels could actually just sneak through into the lowlands underneath the cliffs and actually not really be all that visible. So they may actually have a safe passage into zone. We'll have to see how that works out for them. Pmewl Nova having to move yet again, as that zone seems to have shifted away. I don't see any zone line near them, so we'll see how that goes for them. And OC Dreamcore have actually a really good position. We've seen them here for a little while now, just looking down onto Yikes, but an eastern side of the zone, there's not that many people there, and a really, really nice little cliff spot to have to boot is looking like a great setup from them.
Well, let's see if that setup is gonna bode well, as there's a lot of teams that are gonna try and squeeze in. I mean, I'm looking to the south. We've got that beautiful ridge. I think that is gonna be prime real estate here, because realistically, you don't want to get caught out on the plateau. It's gonna be easy pickings, easy claps, and yeah, you don't want to be that team. But Retiam also just want to get a good assessment as to what is happening in their surroundings, as they can hear some of the shots and their spidey senses were tingling, and like, you got to look over the ridge. There's someone somewhere over there. So it's interesting to see the teams now trying to kind of figure out what is the play going to be, right? Yes, they know they got to move forward, but where to?
That is the big question. Big question that I have from NATO. Big question I have from S2 as they lose Freya. There's no way they can bring her back from near death there, so they're gonna have to leave her behind. Freya does go down there. Stolen by not noobs, though. This is an interesting turn of events there. NATO just getting rid of that player, of them all, I think. There is NATO now have to just turn their attention to Yikes. They have to turn their attention to those other teams all around them. And for now, Haytney's going to be the next one standing, as they're going to be looking against NATO here, trying to get rid of him, because this is prime real estate.
Yep. This is, I mean, and it's going to be quite the pressure play to hold on to it as NATO sends out the utilities. Yikes sends out their own. It's going to be a quick little bit of a this way and that, but you're also going to keep a very close eye on S2. We have now moving in up on the hillside. That could present them rather with quite a bit of an opportunity down onto our two teams that we have, just trying to get somewhere to go home for the next few moments. Of course, that zone shift is going to come through momentarily, but we see so many teams still just trying and struggling to catch up to zone, let alone get into zone, as it now shifts all the way over to that northeastern side. And it's going to be absolute mayhem and carnage over on towards the, well, the south or western side and the western edge of that zone. Digital Athletics, yeah, unfortunate play here for them as they go out in 12th place.
I mean, I say it's unfortunate, but at the same time, what else could they do, right? This zone is diabolical as Pmewl Nova go out with 3 eliminations. Far cry from their previous game, but again, this zone is just being absolutely rotten. The only team that is truly helped out by this, I think, is probably Tiam, right? Because they've held that western side of that position, that high ground of this zone, for the longest time. They went there 2 zones ago, and so now they're very much set up for this push into zone, for this elimination of the rest of the lobby. You could say the same about S2, but S2 are in a much more precarious spot, and that's why I still worry for their position. But Yikes and NATO here, DK, they are still going at this.
Alright, so the pressure is on though. Because, I mean, Yikes, they are down to essentially a solo, and I like the aggression here from NATO. Oh, but hate me. Just popping it in. Head after head, just keeping that pressure going. Oh, yeah, gotta like it. This could still be an insane flow of momentum here for Yikes. They were able to get that wipe, but they are far from out of the woods. They're still gonna get out of that and up in towards the zone. And S2, I mean, I like the setup there, looking quite confident. So Capitana, there we go. I'll get it eventually. Capitana and the rest of the crew in a very comfortable position here. And I mean, you were talking about Red Tiam's position earlier as well, right? They moved in early, got themselves situated, and I think that was a beautiful read from them, because now they can sit back, relax, and just go to town on everybody trying to push up into zone.
They can, but this is possibly where they have to be careful that it doesn't fall apart here, because now you've got 2 teams onto that side pushing up against them. That's going to put them in a sandwich position between them and OOC should they look this way. So all of a sudden, Red Tiam need to very quickly get rid of these teams of Enigma and Taste It. There goes one. To make sure that they have the entry that they really, really want. And as Atsi does go down there, hopefully for Tiam, this is going to be a quick return of the fire, and that's going to be an easy peasy way into zone, because the zone, again, has shifted away.
Yeah, easy peasy, very tight squeezy, right? As they will have to try and get themselves in here. I like this rain down of utility just flying on in. The door has been opened, and now they're going to try and push. But will they find the angle? Red Tiam still having quite a bit of ground to cover, or rather recover, as they are going to be looking to push one up. I like this efficiency coming through from Hannah and the rest of the team, though. I mean, 5 eliminations up, and they just going to be looking to sweep the floor with everybody else. I mean, I said earlier that they're going to try and bounce back from that Erangel performance. Yeah, they've surpassed it already, right? Just going absolutely crazy here. And Capitana, finding a quick little trade there while still being lit on fire. I mean, even when it gets hot, Capitana ain't going nowhere.
Indeed, Capitina is not going anywhere there, but you know who is going somewhere? All the rest of these teams moving into zone. You see that mass exodus coming through here, and Dreamcore, OOC, they can't really hold it back that much longer. It's just down to Lalo, and yikes, have made it super, super difficult for OOC to hold them away, but Tiam might decide that that's enough playing around for y'all. They go out to a great nade there from Jumi, and they're going to be now sitting in the zone, Kings of the Mountains or Queens of the Mountains, against 3 other teams.
Well, the pressure is on. They'll have to find a way to kind of bounce back, or bounce forward, or just bounce somewhere. Red Siam, though, 16 eliminations.
Wow.
This is, yeah. I think they unlocked an upgrade somewhere, because this is crazy. I think this is probably the most ridiculous Murmur that we've seen come through from them. I mean,
no way.
Where's this gameplay been this whole entire time? Right?
Literally.
I mean, they were on 27 eliminations coming into this game, right? On Miramar in total across 6 games. They're on 19 in 1.
Yeah.
They are 8 eliminations away from catching up to the previous total. They are almost doubling the amount of eliminations they've had on this map in 1 game.
Wow.
This is crazy. So whatever they're doing here, keep going. I mean, they could find at least 1 more elimination point, right? So they are going to, unfortunately, only end on 21.
Only.
Right? Only 21, because they've run out of players to shoot. Right?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's phenomenal.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
Right? Your elimination count is limited by the amount of people left in the lobby. Wow. That's the only thing stopping them. And of course, well, once they took out the last person, there was no targets left. Right? No points left to acquire. And they stopped 7 eliminations shy of doubling their elimination count on this map. It's ridiculous. Right?
That's crazy.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. That happened. Basically. Yeah, thumbs up. Good job. Sure. Because what else do you say about that, right? What else do you say? That was enormous, that game. I mean, to think that they came into those last couple of phases with 3 eliminations and all of a sudden had a billion, it seemed like. Team after team after team just falling away, and I kind of predicted it. I'm gonna take a little bit of that credit and go, they were the best. They had the best shot at the win in that zone, right? But still, to do it to that extent is insane, and you gotta just say well done, GGs, and all of that, because what else can you say when you're faced against that sort of play? Here we go, 21 eliminations, 2,400 damage to just 600 damage taken. I mean, that in and of itself is crazy, and it really shows you how much pressure and how much momentum they were taking out against these teams.
I mean, there are words that I could use to express what we just saw. I unfortunately cannot use said words on broadcast.
Shame.
But yes, an absolutely phenomenal performance that we had come through. And it just shows you what can happen in these matches, right? Of course, we do see Fenerbahce, Fariazita securing that longest hit, 300 meters on the dot. So well done to that. And even less HP recovered this time around. Only 6K as opposed to the 7.7K that we had in the previous match.
That again is kind of crazy. Also, only 11 revives coming through as well, mostly because of our MVP. Cat Veins coming through here for Tiam. 6 eliminations, 832 damage, and 6 assists as well. That's crazy. She's doing the same amount of assists as she's getting eliminations. And again, a crazy stat coming through for her. And this is the second time we've seen her become the MVP of a match that her team wins, isn't it, DK? So a really, really good consistency coming through there, and 31 points in one game.
That's crazy. I mean, you were asking what can you say? I think Yumi kind of sums it up with that, with the picture. It's like, that's all you can say is just like, shh, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's just like, just take it. It is what it is. You know, it's insane. Nobody else even like gets close to that with their total points. So yeah, an absolutely ridiculous performance coming through from them. Very well deserved. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the teams also, they kind of kept up the aggression here. It was essentially just Red Tiam just picking everybody off, but we did see quite a bit of work being done all across the lobby. I mean, even OOC, right, coming through with their 9 eliminations, they were sitting on 80 eliminations all the way back in stage number 6. So it just shows you, right, they were trying to find the next approach to take, applying that pressure onto the side of Yikes rather, also just, you know, kind of try to get out of harm's way. It's been such a challenging zone for these teams to push through. Yeah, and there we have it. Red Tiam, they've jumped all the way up into 3rd place with that one ridiculous match, and they've done some phenomenal things. I mean, from 7th rather, up into 3rd, that's a leap. It's not even a jump. It's a leap that they've made, just flying on up there. And then, to put it into perspective, they were tied with Zeitgeist, right, with 54 points. And now they sit on the other side, just looking across the way. So absolutely crazy. And of course, as you can see, the rest of the teams here still keeping that consistency going, right? S2G now, they've now become the gatekeepers of the top 10.
It's very true.
Right?
They have.
They were 4 points ahead of that. In fact, actually 5 points ahead of that. But now they've gotten to the position where they kind of, you know, get to have a bit of a say as to who can make it in and simply who can't.
Absolutely. It's crazy. I'm still trying to get over that. And I think, you know what, DK, we're all going to have to take a moment, take a breather before we get into our next game of Sandhawk. So we're going to go for a very short break while we compose ourselves, and we'll be right back with Sandhawk. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we are all recovered from that massive game on Miramar and going to be looking forward to the Sandhawk coming up in just a couple of minutes. I hope you got your drinks. I hope you got your snacks because it's going to be a doozy coming into the jungles of Sandhawk and DK for more reasons than just one. I think this is going to be a super sweaty map.
Yeah, I gotta say though, the saying is, you know, time's fun when you're having flies, and it seems like we're having quite a bit of fun because you said in minutes, and that was moments. Seconds later, we are on the map, making our way down, coming from the south to the north. Now, I want to see what's going to be happening here, where these teams are going to look to get themselves squared up in towards, because there's this one team in particular that performs quite well on this map. Right, we shan't not name names. So
okay,
I'm curious as to how their performance will go this time around. We'll just say that the team went to paradise, and then that's that.
I
right?
see. I see.
And that's based on the performances that we've seen through all the prior Sandhawks that we've had that they've participated in. But another team that's also I think positioned to do quite well is going to be OOC Dreamcore. They are our second highest performing squad when it comes to this map, and we could add Pmewl Nova in right alongside them. So Pmewl Nova being the only one of the three teams that I pointed to that are outside of zone. But I mean, Camp Charlie, it's so close to zone, it could just as well have been inside of it. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be of any major concerns. I like it for Taster though, having the entirety of the Northwestern Island to themselves.
I was just about to mention that, right? It is interesting. Nobody in Camp Alpha, no one really taking Hatin either. I mean, it's very, very open, that entire island, as you said, over to taste it for themselves. A lot of the teams on the south side, though, have decided to go for a little bit of a closer approach, as we see something going over or going down in Painan. And again, Via with this 2-2 split coming in onto Yikes as well is definitely something they're going to have to watch out for.
Yep. Oh, yikes. Starting the action there. Chloe getting dropped down as never mind. Steps in and says, well, don't mind if I do. Gets the point, and that's it. I'm curious as to what's going to happen up in Painan, as not much has really kicked off there just yet.
No, but I think that's probably something that we can expect. I think when last time, or was it yesterday or perhaps the day before, we had this exact same thing where this fight was drawn out in Painan just simply because of the terrain and everything going around it. That you do tend to have teams that decide not to really engage all that much and instead just stare at each other for a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if anything will come of that. But for now, the zone, isn't really coming in yet. You got plenty of time to loot on up. And this is where we can start having a little bit of speculation. Is that zone going to go up to the island? I kind of think it might do. If it does, these teams have a heck of a fight ahead of them to get on there.
Yeah. I've got a lovely frown on my face for a few reasons. One is that the character was green.
Okay.
Full on green.
Yes.
I haven't seen a green suit. Okay. The other one is just going to be out of curiosity as to, as you were saying, where that zone is going to be taking our squads. Right. We have a few seconds left on the clock until we find out how much time is left before the blue closes up completely. Right. I was going to say until we find out where the zone is going to go, and then I remembered, yes, but hang on a second. Blue zone is also still a thing, right? It's going to have to close on up, and that's going to be 3.5 minutes. Ooh. That's going to be a decent chunk of change for these teams to get themselves really fortified into a position where they think the zone is going to be going. From what I've heard you say, I think this might probably go towards Trifecta.
Yeah. Probably, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that going. And you see OOC actually kind of trying to hedge their bets here as well. And there's a 2-2 split going on. Trifecta Ruins at the moment. The airdrop has moved over towards the Ruins area. Now, this is purely conjecture, not always true, but often the drop will actually go where the zone is going to be going in future stages. So we might see it go over to Ruins, we might not, but that's something to consider. The other thing to consider, though, DK, is this fight going down right now. VPG versus Digital Athletics. Now, Digital Athletics have continued to not really perform as we saw them in week number 1. This fight, this match is going to be super duper important for them if they want any sort of chance at getting through the top 10 in the next 2 games after this one. So this fight between them and VPG, who are on a similar sort of storyline, by the way, really, really need to work out who's going to go out of this alive, because it is going to matter in that leaderboard.
You mean the fight that's not happening?
Yes, the fight of stairs, if you will.
Yeah, the potential, the fight of potentiality that could find its way onto our screen or a screen near you. Just not yet. I mean, it's interesting looking at the points that we have here, because Digital and VPG have performed very similarly on this map. The difference being that Digital are one of the few teams that have actually gotten a winner chicken dinner here. Right? We've had 6 prior Sanox, and they are one of the 6 teams that have been able to secure that chicken. So let's see how it goes. And yes, I can hear you gasping for air as Enigma and K12 are starting to throw things back and forth at each other. We did see Elif getting taken down, but the reinforcements, the cavalry has arrived, so not all is lost, and K12 will continue upwards and onwards, I say.
Quite indeed, you're quite right, but I was just slightly flabbergasted that she was by the rock, she was getting shot at, she tried to cover fire, got up, went to the tree, decided the tree wasn't good, and then sat down right in the exact same place. I mean, sure, if that's going to work, and so far it has, I mean, that's great, but I was just a little surprised that was the play going through there, as yikes, take down the last player of Vio there, never mind, continuing to be a fragger for this team. 3 out of those 4 eliminations go over to her right now, and that's going to be Vio out. I'm kind of afraid that I caster curse him at the beginning of the night, DK, because I did say Via were one of those teams that I was really looking forward to watch play, and now all they seem to be doing is kind of going out, not necessarily early every time, but not with that many points.
Yeah, your name's not back, so you're not cursing teams.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I share some of his curse a little bit there.
No. Okay, I think that just comes with the territory.
Yeah.
France.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, the French curse.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes. I yeah. But anyway, yeah, off of that, we are going to be looking at Pmewl Nova still just drawing nearer and nearer onto a potential sandwich up in by none. So yeah, but I mean, it's gonna transform into a potential Dagwood, because we've got Not Noobs and Dark Angels just over to the east. So I don't really see them moving in this area, but if they so chose to, there could be quite a bit of a thing. They could be going down. Yikes, on the other hand, they have essentially free reign over on towards this western front. I mean, there's nobody between here and almost Hatin, right? They can just go straight north and south and not bump into a single soul. So I'm curious as to where they're going to look to kind of get themselves into next.
Yeah, I mean, the same kind of goes for S2G. I mean, if they had the foresight to kind of go all the way around to Camp Alpha and down, they would be without any trouble whatsoever. But of course, they're not going to be really thinking that that's going to be a play they can make, right? And that's fine. That's safe for them. That Ruins Bridge is often very, very much occupied. So they're going to be just going down straight into the south side onto that really nice little compound at the top of the hill there. And K12 and Enigma continue to have this altercation over to the eastern side over on Quarry. You can see that in the elimination feed. Enigma losing one more player, potentially going to get rezzed up there. We don't know just yet, but still, that is danger waiting to happen. The south side getting a little bit more and more occupied, as you were saying before, DK, right? And there's now, what is that, 3, 4, 5 teams all in that small area. So something to really look out for, especially considering that either one of these teams that we see right now are also going to join that lot.
Yeah, it's an interesting lot indeed. So the pressure is going to be on to see just how all of that is going to pan out here. But for the time being, it is going to be somewhat of a staring contest as Syla does find the play. But Elif, though, or Elif, comes in with a follow-through. That is Mummy being brought on down. So 2 players remain for the rest here of Enigma. But K12, they still have quite a bit of catching up to do, right? Not necessarily with regards to eliminations, but with territory and claim, because they need to get themselves resituated back in towards the zone.
They absolutely do. And, you know, that 3.5 minutes we had, well, basically 3 minutes ago is no longer 3.5 minutes. It's 30 seconds. And this fight is nowhere near being over. With Enigma having that great little off angle, it means that Syla is not really able to get any advantage onto Bloom here. So a really good little setup coming through from Lobby there. But at the end of the day, it's just delaying either a loss or a win here. And either way, as long as these teams continue in this section of the zone, they're going to be losing.
Let's see how this one is going to play out, though. I mean, you don't want to be on the losing end whatsoever. But the zone has moved away, so somehow Bloom either needs to find a way to kind of get out of this spot here, or just try and face the music, maybe just push forward, rush into the side of K12 with the assistance of the teammate coming through. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be heading straight up into boot camp. It's going to be NATO, Remy, trying to just get situated up on the boxes, as there are quite a few players held up in the vicinity. And Bloom now has found the knock onslaught towards Syla, gets a little bit of a strafe, but down they go. Valiant effort coming through here from the Enigma Dolls. But it is going to be K12 to reign supreme, at least over that far eastern side of zone.
Quite true indeed. But as we head over to the center of zone, it is going to be centering up on boot camp. And now you're starting to see over in Painan that this squad, or these squads rather, have to get into zone ASAP. They've got 15 seconds until that zone starts to move in. Mel's in the background already on that rotation across and into zone. And this is very likely where either of these teams are going to start getting gate kept by the teams to that north side, because now the zone is going to shift. We're already got a center position on boot camp, and to get there from here is really hard work.
Well, I mean, sometimes that really hard work pays off in the end, but it is going to come with quite a bit of a challenge still, as you said, right? The players still have quite a bit of ground to try and cover to get themselves securely lined up and positioned here. But there's going to be a big influx of players and teams still pushing through that southern side here. I mean, VBG, not necessarily going to be one of those teams because they are yet to rotate back up in towards zone. But as they move through, they are going to find themselves in the presence of several others, as OOC and the players there from Tasted also start to ramp up the efforts. Of course, they are going to be fighting over on towards that more western side of zone. Down south, though, it is going to be Mel's Nova and the Dark Angels finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth. It does seem like Lexi is the only one left for that team, though. For how much longer, as we've been seeing quite a bit of an effort being brought through to just kind of, you know, mount the aggression here. Not Noobs also going to be holding just shy towards that southern side.
Goodness me, 3 teams in this tiny little compound is rather unheard of, and that was a fantastic nade that fortunately for Lexi did not do too much damage. It did a lot, but not too much, as we have 15 seconds left until the new zone starts its move in, or rather starts to show the new zone. OOC, on the other hand, have moved across from Trifecta, now up, trying to get into Bootcamp Hill, which for some reason is unoccupied except for by a solo of OOC, which is a very interesting occurrence coming on through here. And of course, VPG, I was just about to mention those teams. VPG do go out in the end, so that will be enough for them so far, and Lexi gets taken out by not noobs at the end of the day. So GG's there. They did hold on as long as they could, but it is not going to be enough. Now Mels are moving on, and so all of a sudden what was 3 teams in this compound is now 1.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty soon it's going to be none, as Not News will have to move up, right? They can't stay out here. They will have to make that play full zone. And meanwhile, it's going to be Mel's Nova now looking to secure the compound. As they start to move up, they find themselves now right there alongside the players coming through from Red Tiam. Hannah is going to be the one that gets knocked on down, but Cat Veins is going to try and respond to that as the utilities now start to fly back and forth. NATO Fenerbahce also starting to have a bit of a disagreement. Digital Athletics running into the side there of Yikes as they start to push up from that southern side, and several points of contention now appearing all across the map, and it's going to continue to be the trend here as the teams continue to push it forward, and we're left with only 12.
That's crazy, and it's even crazier that we are seeing this fight between Mels and Tiam. I feel like these are the 2 powerhouses of this lobby coming through head to head, and it's really down to the final bits of HP who wins out of this one. Both of them equally doing damage on each other. You're seeing that now with XQ down, but also taking out one of Tiam's. But that's a brilliant nade from Hana. Gonna be taking out all of them there. Hana grabbing 3 eliminations with that one nade alone. And although Cat Veins is down, she will be grabbed back up, and that's another potential MVP for her.
Yeah, and what a play that was, though. I'm just scared to talk too much about that team because there's 30 other players.
Ooh, that's
well,
so many.
31 other players up, right? I don't think they're gonna get on that same train that they were on previously, but we'll find out soon enough. Up in towards Lobster, though, things are still quite interesting as we've got Fenerbahce and the side here of NATO in a bit of a standoff. Fenerbahce not going to be trying to overextend any kind of position just yet, but NATO also keeping it very quiet, very concise, right? Not going to be making any movement. They're going to wait to see if Fenerbahce could potentially be the team to budge here. But at the same time, if they are keeping this quiet, it allows for a lot of the other teams in the surrounding area to get closer to them. And I mean, it's a problem because the zone has centered up on Bootcamp, right? Bootcamp is the zone now.
Yeah, Bootcamp is the zone, well and truly. I mean, I don't think you can get much more boot campy than that. And all these other teams are going to have to adjust to that. Now, obviously, NATO and Fenerbahce, they're going to have that advantage that comes with being in here already. Taste it. They move in, had a great position, but now have to move in. Those smokes are going to allow them to move in fairly without much of a scrape, so that's good for them. They're going to be able to just grab a small compound and do what they can from there. And OOC are trying to still stay up on Bootcamp Hill, but again, they also will have to move in, and as tensions soar between NATO and crew, and that's Taste It going to be trying to get rid of at least one there, as Fenerbahce are looking towards OOC to the south side, and this DK is where it's all going down.
Yeah, that is where it's all gonna happen. I don't think Lobster has received this much love in a very long time. So it's good to see the teams now getting back to the days of old where, you know, Bootcamp was the place to be.
True.
It was where all the hot drop action was taking place. So the teams now taking a trip back down memory lane. but fortunately the zone is still kind of holding on, just shifting to that warehouse towards the southern side where Red Tiam have taken occupancy. So, I mean, this is a tough play because the only other potentially viable position could be right here where we see NATO Remy now moving into, right? Just holding on to the edge of this warehouse. And other than that, there's not that much that these teams can look to play for. I mean, compound-wise, they are super, super limited. And there is going to be quite a bit of a fight. So we are going to see the team number drop from 9 down to, I believe, 1, maybe 2 in a matter of moments. And to add to that, the blue zone is going to pressure their hand as well. It is going to be Not Noobs, the next team to fall. Down goes yet another team as we drop down to 7. Yikes. Making their way out of here. They do, however, still go out with 9 eliminations up. But S2 and S2G are yet to find any points.
DK, that zone shift is crazy, and the zone is very swiftly putting them into this really awkward position, and NATO falling bit by bit under the onslaught of so many teams, and somehow Red Team have managed to put themselves in center zone again. We'll see what happens there as the zone continues to hard shift. Oh my goodness me, S2 will be going out with 0 eliminations, but honestly, I almost wonder if that's not the better outcome for them, because I would not want to be one of the teams still alive trying to get into that zone.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I think we're looking at a game of hot potato. It's going to be coming through here. I don't see anybody really taking a full-on send, trying to get themselves securely positioned in zone. I mean, even just looking at what we got here from Catveins, Catveins is just on the edge of that position in towards zone. And other than that, there's not much, unless, of course, you go for the play like we see here coming through from Seren. But that play is also only going to be feasible for so much longer, as we do see Remy getting taken on down. Barbie quickly coming through with that follow-up, and that is going to be tasted also. Bidding their farewells. OOC Dreamcore hot on their heels, and down to the final 3 we are.
Already.
As the pressure now starts to build. NATO getting absolutely demolished. And this is going to be the send here for Nerbache. 1 gets dropped, 1 player remains. And that is going to be Licious, but I don't see Licious making it out of this one just yet. Also then at the same time, S2G holding on to the north. But Catveins is going to go for that big brain strategy over here.
She is indeed, but I love this by Seren, right? This off angle hidden behind a bollard means that anybody who tries to come out will get taken down, but Catveins may just see her there with her elevated position. Licious doing the same thing, but none of them are in zone. A great Molotov coming through there. She knows exactly where these players are, and Lucy is going to go on down there. Catveins again. That's going to be her 3rd elimination onto the board, and she can just see those toes, I think. She should be able to. Somebody certainly does, as Licious takes out Hannah, but Catveins immediately shuts that down, and now it's just S2G and Red Tiam. S2G could really use the points, but Red Tiam looking for their back-to-back winner chicken dinner do succeed in that, and what a game it was for them.
I'm just shaking my head. That's all I'm doing. Like, okay, so for Red Team, this is amazing, right? Because I mean, they've performed today like we've not yet seen them perform this week, right?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, they gave us a little bit of a taste yesterday, performing quite well. But today, it's just a completely different level, right? Where this team has been hiding all of those skills, I don't know. But remember, back in the first week, I said what we're seeing from these teams is nothing yet. They've got so much more that they are going to let loose as we get further and further into this event. So, yeah, Red Team, I don't think that they were very satisfied with being sat in 3rd place, right? With climbing 4 positions. They were like, yeah, I guess it's fine, but it's not good enough. And they might have made quite the drastic shift coming into this match. And I'm just scared to even wonder what they'll be doing in the remaining 2 games. But yeah, great opportunity for teams to play quite a bit of an upset. And I think that is pretty much what Red Team has committed to doing here today.
They sure have, as we see them another 14 eliminations on top of the 21 they had in the last game, is a 35 elimination point game. 2 games, 35 eliminations in just 2 games is a crazy stat to be able to say. I mean, Red Team, when we keep talking about it, but they go on and on and on. And it's crazy. 2,300 damage dealt on top of everything else here. You do see our 255 longest distance elimination coming out from Bazumi from OOC. And I do want to use that as an opportunity to talk about those other teams. OOC did a great job in those rotations. That was a great game from them rotationally. And a lot of the other teams also had high eliminations. They did a really, really good job. It just so happens that Tiam were really able to come out and just knock everybody else out of the water, but still a very strong game from a lot of other teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can fault on OOC and what they brought to the table here, as you've said it already, right? A great play, a great performance on their end, but you also got to give credit over to the side here of Yikes, right? Never mind. Going to be picking up the 6 eliminations and also gets 1,021 damage awarded here. And again, such an aggressive showing, but it's the right map, the right place, right? Sanhok, it's the game in which you do that. So yeah, well freaking done here to Yikes. And I'm pretty sure that they're going to feel quite satisfied with that performance because, I mean, they've also been bringing in some strong efforts here today, right? Before this match, they were able to secure themselves 10 points for the day. I mean, for the match itself, they've added an additional 10 points on. So they've doubled their daily performance so far in one single game. So it's amazing. Well done to them.
Big
but
GGs.
of course, here we have the breakdown for the rest of the crews as well. Fenerbahce also upping the ante. They weren't satisfied with the position they found themselves in, coming through in 12th place. Now, adding on these 14 points to that tally, that could definitely change up their standings overall.
Could, absolutely. And also ding ding ding, bell of 1,000 damage for the Yikes player that was MVP there, 10 points going their way. But yeah, it's like these match rankings are showing, it was a strong game for a lot of teams. Fenerbahce and Yikes, 9 eliminations each, lots of different points going their way. But Tiam soar to the top dramatically, DK. That's a 20-point lead or thereabouts with that second win under their belts. And immediately Ida, Zeus, TPES, AOR, Boars, they're a thing of the past as Group A gets very, very much emphatically put down the leaderboard. Tiam, our new queens of week 2. And DK, though, I don't see anybody, even Pmewls, really topping that.
I mean, it's gonna take serious effort to do what Tiam did now in just 2 games, right? I mean, it's been a ridiculous play because they've secured over 50 points in 2 matches, right? Cat Veins just flying up the player focus, right? Yeah. Not climbing up, flying up. It's like she was not in the top 3 and now she's at the front, right? Right up in front. So what a bounce back and what a play that has been. Pmewl Nova, they've also been steadily securing themselves points here today, right? I mean, before this match, they were sat on 27. They had that winner chicken dinner, right? So they've also been playing a very consistent match. They've been continuously trying to increase those points. Yes, 3 points on the map of Sanhok. It's not necessarily the craziest amount of points that we've seen for a team, but we still have 2 more maps to go, right? Now, for Red Team, I'm hoping that for them, they can continue that momentum, right? Keep the ball rolling, keep pushing, because it's going to be ridiculous where they end up if they do exactly that. But I also think that this is a great opportunity for other teams, right? It shows them that there is still a chance. There is still that moment in which you can make the decision and then just go crazy. Just lock in points and just start flying up rankings.
Yeah, it is absolutely true, right? Until that very final match is over, there is always a chance if you really lock it in, like we've seen Tiam do. We'll see if any of those teams are going to follow their example in the next match of Miramar. But before that, we will be going for a short break, so we'll see you all in a few minutes. Good evening and welcome back to game number 4. I'm saying good evening for all you new people who might be just tuning in for the final 2 games of the evening. Welcome into the show if you weren't here before the break. We're about to get into game number 4, DK. We had some awful, and awesome shifts coming into the last few games here this evening. And DK, are we going to be seeing it again? I mean, this flight path is looking kind of crazy already.
Yeah, this is similar to the one that we had on the previous Murmur. Mm-hmm. The only difference is it was leaning the other way. So,
true.
Does that mean something? It could, right? So yeah, let's see. Are they going to be able to save it or not? That is going to be the big question as the teams now start to disembark. They've all now left the plane. Well, not all of them. They are starting to leave. But we get to see where the zone is going to be going pretty soon. Now, if you remember the last one actually pulled all the way up to the northern side. So
It did.
I'm curious as to where this one's going to go. Is it going to go maybe towards the eastern front as opposed to the west where it went previously? Is it going to go down to Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, maybe Puerto Pareso, maybe a little Partona? Like it could go in so many different places, right?
It absolutely could. As we'll see where that zone is going to be going very, very shortly. I'm looking at that little bit of a hot drop coming in onto El Hazahar, though. It could get a little bit spicy up there between the Dark Angels and NATO, and the zone goes the complete opposite way as it always does. But it is going to be complementary with the zone. As you were saying, DK, it looks like it's going to be going up to Monte Nuevo, to Power Grid, to San Martin, all of those sorts of places. So a lot of these teams are already in zone, but this is going to be a fascinating game to watch the rotations of those teams that are currently outside the zone and on that eastern front. Pmewl, S2, Yikes in particular, Enigma, Fenerbahce to some degree, as well as those two teams over in El Hazahar. I think it's going to be a very interesting one to watch specifically for those rotations and see where they decide they can fit into this new circle.
They will fit where they fit, right? Like the cat says, if it fits, I sit. So,
True.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking they could be looking to opt for here. Yikes, though, they're going to have a very easy rotation. Just go north, and they'll make it in. They don't have to, come up with any crazy, ridiculous strategies to get themselves situated. So, at least for them, I think they're not going to be all too faced with, just getting into the edge of zone. However, I think Valle del Mar and Al Azhar, as you said, is going to be where the focus will be, at least for this initial bit of the game, as we do have a little bit of contention building over there. We do have teams relatively close to each other. As you can see, NATO and Dark, they just having themselves a bit of a staring competition here. Yeah, the wing's not working there with helping keep the balance, right?
Yeah.
It was a little bit top heavy and then toppled over, but yeah, Lana was at least still able to save that play. And I think for NATO, the best they can do here is just grab themselves, collect their players, and rotate out.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they've lost one way too early for anything to really happen, especially in a compound or a city like El Hazahar. You're going to be looking at a lot of angles, and you see that as Dark Angels are starting to come on in. Now, they were not unable to actually try and pick up that player, but one does go down on the side of Dark Angels. Rogue Baby going to be the victim of that Winchester rifle coming through here. So it looks like they might try to actually get this elimination, get this flush, and perhaps even try for this entire fight, which personally I'm surprised by because you make a lot of sense. They really should be getting out of here. 1,500 meters to zone is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games until somebody loses to the lobby, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wanna focus on that positioning because realistically looking at it, like NATO, yes, they could definitely benefit off of points, but taking a risky altercation on the edge of zone, it's not really worth all that much, right? Sure, yes, they are finding eliminations, but it would serve them far better if they were situated closer to this side of zone. And I mean, for Dark Angels, this is just an unfortunate position to find themselves in. Of course, coming into this match, they had 9 points to their name, and now with NATO starting to pick on them, right? They have been able to secure at least one elimination, but for the Dark Angels, I would say the same thing, right? Find a way to get out of this position, get into the zone, and don't get caught in these engagements. It's unnecessary.
I agree with that. It is absolutely unnecessary to have this going through, but it seems necessary to them, I guess. And Luna does take that one elimination. I suppose they're kind of even now, but even is kind of where you want to put it, right? You've got that trade-off. Now get out of Dodge, but they're not budging. They're really not going anywhere. And Lexi might just get an opportunity. Oh, Lana spotted that very early on. Good job there to avoid going down, but still 1900. It wasn't even 1500. It's 1900 meters to go as Lana is looking very, very low now. And this is where I think we're going to start to see this fight really come into being. Elsewhere on the map, though, we are seeing Vio have a knock already down. You got a couple of teams as well with that lower health than full, so there's a lot of action going on all over the map. It's not just here. Still have 2.5 minutes to go until zone, though, so there's a little bit more time to figure out what's going on, but honestly, most of these hot drops just need to get out of Dodge.
Yeah, I mean, like, if this was a contentious position in the zone, by all means, go for it. Right, 100% justified. But they're not in zone, and they need the points. So what are you doing? I mean, yeah. I just hope they get the opportunity to make a little bit more sense of this, right? Because Remy, hop on that thing behind you.
Yes.
Get on it and go. And their health bars are starting to drop. I mean, Dark Angels, they have full HP bars for now, but they're going to find themselves in a very similar position. And this is detrimental to both teams because neither of them can loot.
Yes.
They can't get what they need to kind of keep themselves alive and afloat once they make it into the next phase, if they even get that far. So, yeah, I mean, I still say this is unnecessary. Just get out of there.
Just get out. Just get out. And we do see potentially Remy looking for that, just opting out for that. And I think actually she's trying to get an off angle here, which isn't the worst idea, I suppose. If you really are dedicated to this fight, then yes, go for this. Go for that off angle, trying to gatekeep them out. But you've taken basically the only vehicle that they had, and you're using it to do something. And Lexi does go down. You know, it might work out for them. There's 2 left for Dark Angels. So, yeah, it might work out. But as you said, you make a very good point. There's nothing to loot now. There's no time to loot. You've got to get to zone. 40 seconds until that zone comes on in, and then we have stage 2. So that's 2 zones now you have to get into. So, I mean, we have talked a lot about this and kind of going, why are they doing this? And yet they're still here. So maybe we should move on over to Vio and Not Noobs. I mean, Vio down to 2 right now, as Not Noobs are taking their sweet time with this. And they're just basically doing a repeat of what worked in the last Miramar, which is fair, especially considering they are in zone, right? That is the big difference between these 2 hot drops going on. No, they're also not in a central position, but they are in zone. There's not that much to worry about. Magenta being the only one left alive, and she's gonna have to be very, very quick here to get Aurora, because that team of Not Noobs is trying to get across.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if Magenta is seeing red or not yet, but you want to keep an eye on that hillside, right there where the Not Noobs find themselves currently. We've got Pinky in there as well, so a very colorful approach coming through here. Nice bit of a spray, but unfortunately Magenta is going to go down alongside the rest of the team. And of course the Not Noobs team, well, feeling comfortable as they've got 4 eliminations. They've only lost 1 player, which is okay. I'd say it's a fair exchange, right? 1 player for 4 points. Yeah, I guess it works. As we can see, there's still a bit of an altercation going all the way up in towards Al Azahar, as NATO, they are still up there for reasons.
For reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, so I'm sorry, but this is just like, why?
DK's pressed.
What is the point? Like,
there is no point.
It makes no sense.
It doesn't.
Neither of those teams are going to make it into zone. If they do, they're going to have nothing to recover their health with, right?
Yeah.
Like, why? You have 0 benefit.
Yeah.
None. You need the points. DBS. Right?
Yeah.
DBS. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely just would have done that completely differently. It's like, I mean, because look at that. Like, Dark down to 2, NATO down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, great, fantastic. They've got 2 points to their name. Whoop.
Mm-hmm.
What now?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come into zone and then someone's going to sit there and wait for them. They've missed the opportunity to find a good spot to move into, to find a good position, to fortify, to hold, to strategize around. Now they're going to be fighting for their lives.
Yes. They absolutely are, and for what? Because 2 eliminations is not 4. At least if one of them got the squad wipe, then they could go, well, we went out early, but we traded it for a squad wipe, we got 4 points. It's slightly more understandable than doing all of that only to disengage way too late, right? Might as well just disengage at the beginning and do your separate thing. Anyway. Yikes, OOC, actually inside zone. Crazy how most of the teams are actually inside zone. And Amaya is going to go on down there. I mean, she's got that cover of that car. And the rest of the cavalry is going to be coming straight on in there. Bazoomi, ooh, Bazoomi 1 HP. But Hate Me just has to do the reload. Brute. Very nice spray over onto Lalo, though. But this is all happening in this graveyard, or the church area of La Diela. And we're seeing that coming on through there as Yikes continuing to do a good job from the last game, right? Yikes had a really good game, and they're not backing down from this. You can see in the minimap, the teammates here going through with that off angle, trying to get that wraparound onto OOC. And unfortunately for OOC, they may have just found themselves in a little bit of a trap.
Yeah, I mean, La Triera is quite a difficult position to play through, especially if you've got not only a team ahead of you, but several teams positioned behind you. So, Yikes, gotta be careful how they look to play through this. I mean, things are still looking great, and yeah, I think this is a respectable call. Trying to just kind of inch their way a little bit further back, going through to see if they can find that pickup, get that confirmation in, but they do so as a team. And now, yeah, there we have it.
GG's.
The shots are kind of rolled on up. The rest of OOC, they've decided, you know what, maybe it's going to be better if we just get out of this position here and make a play for a little bit deeper up in towards that zone. So a very respectable approach coming through. But now the interesting part is going to come in as well, seeing that we've got Not Noob as well as Pmewl Nova now starting to rotate up from the southwest.
Yes, indeed. And Pmewl Nova, I think, going to be one to watch here. Of course, Tiam is going to be one to watch after their huge win on Miramar before. But Pmewl Nova were making some big moves in that last game as well. And here is no different. You can see them on that side there on the western side looking up. And Red Tiam, now I mention them, are actually right in the middle in those big, big hills and cliff sides over by Power Grid. So could be a really good spot for them. They're overlooking S2G at the minute. NATO has managed to get inside zone, but with how much loot, how much health, that is yet to be discovered here. They're going to slip through S2G and Enigma over on Power Grid, and it's a good thing they did. The new zone has actually gone in their favor.
Ooh, all right. Not a bad shift at all, but now we get to see how the rest of the lobby is going to respond to this, right? Because, I mean, moving into the kind of hills that we've got there, there is a slight bit of a crater over to the side there of La Driera, on the approach kind of towards Chumacera. So, yeah, I'm curious as to whether or not someone is going to try and maybe look to take occupancy of that. Are the teams going to really commit to that slightly more elevated positioning, or are they going to settle for the more plains area, right? You've got that nice flat section heading east from Monte Nuevo in the direction of Pecado and Los Leones. So, yeah, of course, that's all north of the road. Hannah going for an extreme approach, spotting a bit of an opportunity and then just flying off of the side of the mountain straight into 2 eliminations. I mean, okay.
I mean, that is when you know you've reached your peak in the evening. When you're off on your own in a very vulnerable position, nowhere near your teammates, C2 getting picked up, you know, a little bit of health picked up here and there by a distant team, and go, Yeah, I could do that. And then just go in, guns blazing, not a care in the world, and pick up 2 eliminations. I mean, all right, everybody needs to really watch out for Tiam here. They're looking for that 3rd win, and they look like they could actually do it with that kind of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Hannah almost as a solo could even do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? With that ridiculous amount of confidence that we just saw there, I mean, there was no second guessing. There was no like, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. It's just like, yeah, let's go. Whee!
Mm-hmm.
And then nails it. So amazing.
Yeah.
Well done.
Very,
That's
very
crazy. Very, very ridiculous to see. Definitely something you will not see me doing. So I'll leave it to the professionals.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, now we get to see what the rest of the zone will bring on any other teams, taking a little bit more of a spread out positioning, right? Remember, this is still Murmur, so however close the teams might seem to be, there's still quite a bit of distance between them. Only once we get into, I think, like stage 6, the teams are really going to be close together. So up until then, there's still quite a bit of space and opportunity for these teams to work with. But now it all comes down to how they look to play the positioning, right? Because VPG opting for the compound right next to the road, that could provide them with quite a bit of leverage, especially over onto a team like Digital Athletics, who we see down below here. But yeah, they're going to have to beat Red Tiam to the bunch, because if Hannah decides she's going to go flying off of the side of the mountain straight into the side of Digital Athletics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chip. Ooh, that was very nearly the perfect little knock there, but Scylla just moving out of the way just in time to avoid getting knocked there. Otherwise, that would have been a brilliant little spot for Hannah, but not to be done here. Oh, and unfortunately for Tiam, though, unfortunately for Hannah, with this fantastic spot, the zone has shifted away from them. You can now see 282 meters needed to go by them, so we'll see where that puts them later on. And Fenerbahce even further from the zone here out on the edge, 600, nearly 700 meters coming into this zone. So we can expect a hard shift down to the south side, and in fact, it goes straight on to Taste It. So Taste It Lucy May could have a massive, massive advantage here, but we'll see how that goes for them as Fenerbahce chasing down that team we saw just past them in these vehicles. Very, very quick to rotate, which is nice.
Yeah, I like the fact that the zone pops and the teams go like, yep, time to go. Right, I think that's a very healthy approach to be taking right here. Fenerbahce, of course, spotting a little bit of movement up ahead, so that warrants the caution that we are seeing being adopted. You can see Licious now. It looks like she's out in the savannah, right? She spotted a gazelle. And she's like, all right, how do I pounce on that gazelle? It looks juicy. I want it. Right. So, yeah, interesting to see how that play could maybe pan out for them. The answer is, yeah, it's going to be not noobs. That has also been keeping a very close eye on them. So, a nice little bit of an exchange here. The hunter now becoming the hunted. And we also did see OOC find themselves in a bit of a predicament, running into the side there of Tasted. So the team's continuing to keep that flow going forward. And Pmewl's now actually taking a little bit more of a chilled position, right? We got them on that far southern side, and there's nobody for them to really fight with just yet.
No, indeed. Same goes for Yikes as well. Okay, as they fight somebody. But I was just about to point out they have a really big split across those hillsides. It's almost a 1-1-1. But we'll see them now take a couple of shots over to teams that are starting to crowd them a little bit. Remember, Yikes still not quite in zone fully, so they do need to make that space available to them. And that's going to be obtained by getting rid of Digital Athletics, who are still in the game. I mean, we still have 14 teams alive, but as a rule, we've seen them go out a little bit earlier than that. Hana almost sacrificing herself here by staying up on that cliff a little bit too long, trying to get any points she can, as K12 are now biting the dust just a little bit. It's interesting to Taste It. We've seen a few of these knocks come through from them, but no eliminations just yet. But there's still 3 up for them. They're still in zone. One of the only teams, in fact, the only team to fully be in zone. So if they can just hold down this compound, they should have a great game.
Yeah, they definitely should. So let's see if that is going to be the play to make here. Now, it's going to be tasted. Trying to send a bit of a welcoming gift over to the side there of Barbie. Oh, yes. Barbie receiving that with open wounds, as one is expected to receive the utility flying over the ridge. Of course, Red Team still going to be trying to maybe find a bit of a way to bounce back, as Hannah will get sent out of here. A good position here being held by the side of Enigma. It allows them a bit of leverage onto the side of Red Team as we do say goodbye to our third team in the second to last match. It is going to be Digital Athletics making their way out. Now the teams, of course, starting to converge up on towards that more western or more northern side of the map towards the west, where they're starting to build up, and I think it's going to be quite the challenging play, especially looking at the terrain here, right? Very mountainous, quite a few ridges, quite a few angles that you need to stay aware of. And I think the teams are going to be in for quite a bit of an exchange once they start to lock in on target.
I mean, this is a fantastic spot, though, for Pugsunka. She's looking very, very strong up there. The only real challenger she has is actually the team of Yikes, who are topping the leaderboard right now, but they only have 2 up that are not knocked, right? So this is sort of where you're starting to see maybe Yikes starting to fall down ever so slightly. Maybe they can still stay up, and if they do, that is going to be a little bit of a problem for Taste It. But, you know, we go over actually to Fenerbahce, and that last solo remaining is in the middle of zone, like in the actual middle. And Red Team might have something to say about that. If they come up onto the north side, they will have eyes on her eventually. But still, this is a really good spot for Fenerbahce, and if she can hold on just a little bit longer, then actually, they might actually get into the placement points.
Yeah. They might very well get into the placement points, but we are seeing 2 teams now dropping 3 teams. Going all over the place, and it's kind of to be expected as the teams are getting closer and closer together. They're running out of space. Enigma, gotta watch out that they don't run out of HP bars, because that could be quite devastating for them. But here we have it, right? The team's now going to look to up the ante as we're getting nearer and nearer to the end. I said round about stage 6. That's where we will have the teams in very close proximity to each other. But it is going to be go time. VPG still holding outside the zone. It's going to be a tough one to get all the way back up. And looking at the terrain, it's again putting them in such a vulnerable position, right? There's no coverage for them to push forward. And that allows teams like Tasted, like Yikes, like OOC to just capitalize on the opportunity at hand, right? Just reaching in from that slightly more elevated position. But speaking about elevation, though, I think Pmewls, they are going to be the one to feel the best coming into this next phase, because 1, they've not been spotted yet. 2, they've got an elevated position, and they are going to look to leverage that all the way down the rest of this mountain.
Yeah, I'm happy for Fenerbahce here that they were able to stay alive for as long as they have, right? Top 7, 3 eliminations on the board. I think they might just be found out there by Cap Veins. I think there's probably a little bit of firefighting going on that you can hear. But Cap Veins moving into zone very, very quickly. Gonna push Bloom completely. Nicely done there. Again, that show of confidence. It's surprising there's only 4 eliminations coming the way of Red Tiam, but we'll see. Bloom continuing to stay up for some reason. I could have sworn she went out, but never mind. Anyway, moving on. There we go. That's going to be her gone. Yikes, go out here. 10 eliminations is great, but it isn't the win they were looking for with this position that they had. And now Pmewls, as you said, new queens of the castle up on that high ground.
Yeah. A very dominating angle for them to look to take at this point. And I mean, their health bar's looking pretty great. So all they can do is just sit there and, you know, poke and prod at everybody else exactly like they're doing right now. Oh, Daddy coming through with a beautiful usage of the utility, sending those mollies right in where it hurts. Now, we got one of the players there from Fenerbahce also still alive, still holding on, trying to be as hidden as they can, and that is going to be Aurelia, just really keeping it nice and quiet. OOC, though, still got 2 players up. Could maybe look to kind of contest the side here of Pmewls, but Red Tiam their numbers slowly starting to dwindle, right? They are potentially kind of maybe down to one. I'm not quite sure if Cat Veins is going to be able to get that res up on towards Tiger. The answer is no. And with that, we also say goodbye to OOC, but now it's solely reliant on Cat Veins to carry the torch for the team to see whether or not she can pull their name up into the top 2. It would have been a very consistent finish here for them today. 2 chicken dinners and a 3rd place finish. Now, Fenerbahce, the last player left. Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Look at that sneaky play poking out from behind the buggy. But now, shots being fired is going to alert the rest of the Pmewl Nova squad as to the position. And there they go. It is going to be a very swift play from Pmewl Nova as they secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. But no surprise, really, Neb. Because looking at how they utilize their positioning within zone, they knew what they were doing.
Oh, they absolutely knew what they were doing. A great response coming in there from the last few games where things have gone well, but maybe not quite their way. It all boils down to this match where they really made sure that absolutely this game went their way with a big win coming in on the second Miramar 4th game of the evening. And honestly, it couldn't go at a better time, right? Because this next game that we're having is going to be our final game of the night of the league. Of last chances. That's it. So this game for them to have this big of a win is very comforting when you think about the points they need or the points they need to actually solidify their top 10 position coming into that last game. So big GG's coming in them.
Yeah, I mean, Pmewl, they were really looking pretty good, right? They already started the push yesterday. So
yes, that's true.
For today, I mean, before this match, they've already acquired 30 points, right? In part, thanks to that winner chicken dinner that they got, right? Again, the 20 eliminations, the 10 placement points that they've been able to kind of flow on through here. So things looking quite positive on their end. And this now being their second, I almost said second, right? But this is their second chicken for the day, coming through with a glorious 12 eliminations, as you've said, and also packing quite a bit of damage in alongside that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they won that first Erangel as well. So we've now had 4 games and 2 teams taking every single win so far. Now, is that going to be the case again in the next game? We'll have to see. But for now, it's definitely a really good record we're seeing here. And again, we're seeing the same sort of stats every single game. Those revives are not coming through. The healing, not really there. And these longest distance eliminations are huge every single time. This time, Cat Veins going, well, if I can't win, at least I'm going to get longest distance elimination. It's Miramar after all. 369 meters going her way as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice to see those numbers being brought on through. Yes, that sounds more English. But either which way, of course, the match summary looking pretty decent here. The teams being not as heavy with those throwables, but of course, we got to give a big shout out here to Yikes. Zentiaga, I guess.
Zentaika. Yeah, I think it's Zentaika.
We're going to go with that. If not,
sure. DM us.
Sorry. Yes. Send me a DM, please. Let me know how to pronounce your name. But there we go. 4 eliminations, 735 damage being secured. So still some very strong numbers being brought in here. And I mean, it's a good finish for the side of Yikes. I mean, sure, they didn't exactly make it up into the top 4 with placement, right? They ended up that was either 7th or 8th place, being awarded the 1 placement point, but still backing in the double-digit elim. So a pretty good performance coming through from them. And Pmewl, of course, with their response, securing themselves 22 points. So, yeah, I think this game has awarded them quite a few slots upwards, right? And adding the 22 points on top of the 30 points that they've already been able to secure so far today is going to look pretty good for them. But then we see Fenerbahce also coming through with their own 10-point a game. And this is where we find ourselves. Yes, Pmewl jumping all the way from 6th place up into 3rd in one game. Very impressive performances that we see. But of course, Red Tiam also just going to be solidifying their position there with 3 chicken dinners up. It is still crazy that they've been able to do that. And looking at those numbers, it is also so scary.
It is absolutely scary. You know what else is scary though? Is something that hadn't even occurred to me is that Boars are in a little bit of danger of not actually qualifying to finals, which is insane to me because they were doing so well in their group that I thought they were a shoo-in. They were looking very good. They were top 6 and that should be enough. But the way these teams have been playing, it gives me pause. They're only a few points away from that 11th place position and one game left to go. I mean, there's a small chance, but still is a chance where I didn't think we had one before. So gonna be difficult to watch, seeing, what that's going to do with a little bit of danger coming in there. Catvins, of course, being our number 1 player focus there. But oh my goodness, we are almost done, DK. It's been a wild ride, but we do have one match left. We're going back over to Erangel for this final match of the evening, and we will be seeing that very, very shortly. I think we're about to go into a short break, so I'm going to call it right now. There we go. Production's in the ear going, yep, time for a break. So we're going to go for a quick break. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, because you're going to want them for this absolute main character moment of a game coming up. Welcome back for the last time for this week. We're going to be heading into a wrangle for this final and fifth game of the evening. And DK, it all boils down to this. This is where all these teams, Group B versus Group C, have their final chance to make it into that top 10 for next week's finals. This is going to be one heck of a match.
Yes, for two teams in particular.
True.
So I'm a be keeping a close eye on two teams, and we can add a third one in as the defenders, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be Yikes, STG, and Not Noobs, right? Not Noobs, the defenders, because they are sitting on 61 points in 10th place. STG 2 points away in 11th, and then we've got Yikes, who are sitting on 54 points in 13th position. So yeah, there's only 7 points for them to try and secure in this game. Well, they need a minimum of 7 points to be on par with what Not Noobs have done so far. So the pressure is going to be on, but this is where Not Noobs will have to play an insane match if they want to ensure that they can keep their current positioning. But if two teams, so for instance, if S2G and Not Noobs or Yikes, any one of those, if any of two out of those three teams, or even all three of them, step it up and they have a stellar performance in this game, Boys Gaming could be in trouble.
Yes.
Right, and because you said this before, there's only 6 points between 10th and 9th. So any of those three teams can play quite a bit of an upset, and they could make it very unfortunate for the side of Boys Gaming. So it's going to rely quite heavily on how these teams go about their business here. And looking at the spread, we've got Not Noobs down on that far southern side. We've got STG on the far eastern side. And then, of course, we got the players from Yikes towards the north, up in North George. So a good drop location. The team's not dropping hot, not getting into any fights, putting themselves in a compromising position. So I would say that's a good start. But now I'm going to be paying close attention to how their follow-up rotations are going to kind of play off of this.
Well, exactly. That's the next thing we want to keep an eye on. For Yikes in particular, it might be a little bit difficult, right? Because K-12 are in South George. That might pose a little bit of a problem to Yikes who want to get into zone. And the same goes for Not Noobs, right? NATO is in the middle, rather in between them and the mainland. So something that a lot of these teams are going to have to figure out. We are also seeing a couple of hot drops, or at least contested areas, as Fenerbahce and Pmewl are both driving to similar locations, one right behind the other. And Enigma and Tiam are both in the same sort of area as well, not to mention Pachinki. So this last game is really becoming a game of hot drops.
Yeah, becoming quite a bit of a hot drop, and I mean expectedly so, right? It's the last game. The teams are going to try and, at least the ones that know they are secured within the top 10, are going to look to have a bit of fun, but responsible fun, right? They're not going to look to risk anything. And yes, there's a 10-point gap between 8th and 10th place. Could there be any crazy, major, ridiculous plays that could come through? Based on what we've seen today, maybe.
Yeah.
It could maybe still be something wacky that happens here, right? But I think that is only realistic for the teams all the way to about 13th position, right? Tasted, I don't necessarily see, based on the pacing that they've shown for the day, that they are hiding a ridiculous performance, right?
Yeah.
They've had a good day, 18 points on board so far. And I think they're going to try and just keep that consistency going, right? Are they going to look to clutch a 30-odd point game? I don't think so, right? If they do, great. I'm on board for that. But based on what we've seen so far for the day, I don't necessarily see that brewing. But yeah, I'm open to be surprised.
Absolutely. I'm always down for a surprise or two. And it looks like I don't know that not noobs are going to be specifically surprised by this. They seem to be very cautious moving forward, avoiding this compound, and in fact, scouting it out for NATO. They must have seen them drop here, but they should be very wary of the bridge because Cat Veins is in the lighthouse on the other side of the river, and that's going to be quite a problem for not noobs if they decide to cross via the bridge. But they might actually be looking for that boat onto the coastline. NATO gonna let them through here. She's only a solo. She can't do much here, but oh, this isn't good. Are they just sweeping through trying to bait out some movement, or is this their new home?
I'm not sure.
Could be both.
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe they just trying to do exactly that. Well, I mean, yeah, they've identified that there's something here. So now they're going to come rushing in on Una. Yeah, that is it. Una is going to go down. But now the pressure turns to the rest of NATO. What is their play going to be here, right? They are a duo. If they rotate north, as you said, they're going to be running up into Red Tiam, right? If they stay here, they could have the side of not noob rotating towards them, but I think not noobs are going to opt for the beach and maybe try and swim their way across.
I would assume that that's their next target as well. I think that's the safest part for them. They could easily get to Primorsk. I don't think the flight path really put anybody in the way of Primorsk, so something that they could look to as well, especially because with our information, we know very well there are 3 teams on that bridge side. We're also seeing a lot of teams move into the north and east sides of the zone as well. A lot of vehicles being used right now as S2, Fenerbahce, S2G, and Taste It are all looking to move in. Yikes as well, moving in across the bridge over by Crates up in Georgiapol, and they're going to be moving down over Everest, it looks like. Mel's Nova still staying in Yasnaya for the time being, but that's something we've seen a lot from them, and with the first stage of zone just coming in now, it shouldn't be that much of a problem.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be feeling all too concerned for Pmewl Nova. I mean, they've had a good run today, 52 points coming into this match, being one of only 2 teams, as you said before, that have secured themselves those winner chicken dinners. So, yeah, I mean, they don't have. I don't think they have anything to worry about at this point here. I mean, they could, of course, always just look to get 2 points, maybe 3 points. If they get those 3 points, they'll move up into second place ahead of the players there from Group A, right? Ida Esports. But aside from that, there's no real need for Pmewl Nova to get too aggressive unless they feel like it, right? So I think that's the interesting part here, at least for 2 teams, maybe even 3 teams. They can essentially kind of do what they want in this game and not be all too phased with the outcome of that, right? Now, that would be Retiam, Pmewl Nova, and OOC Dreamcore. They could do whatever their hearts desire at this point of the day. However, though, for Vio, yeah, I think they wanna finish on a good note, right? They're gonna try and play a very strategic position here, and I think the same could be said for Dark Angels. Both squads kind of just keeping their distance, assessing the situation, assessing the position, looking to see if they can find a bit of an opening maybe somewhere. And we do see Rogue Baby also then on the opposing side locked in with that Mini 14. We do have a bit of farewells to VPG. S2G rushed up onto them and just kind of took them out of the eastern side of zone.
Yeah, that is surprising. That was a massive unexpected event coming in onto the side of VPG. Unfortunately for them, that will be the end of the road in this game. They go back to the lobby, and we move back over to Pachinki, and Vio and Dark Angel still going to be holding this spot again. 400 meters until zone. There we go, with the new zone moving a little bit further away from the central spot here, but again, still all to play for. There's not too much of a rush to get out of Pachinki and into the new zone. I probably just would caution about maybe you guys want to disengage at this point. You want to just move on out. I don't see a fight in Pachinki really doing anything for these teams except just for the fun of it. So if it's just for the fun of it, then be our guest and by all means go ahead and do that. But there are still a lot of teams looking for that end game result. We see S2 making a late-ish rotation around to the north side, very, very carefully moving towards Gatka, but they have nothing to fear here because most of those teams, in fact, all of those teams have moved down to Quarry and that surrounding area. So actually Gatka and the entire north side of zone is completely open.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of room for teams to wiggle around and, you know, try and play a strong position moving upwards, as we do have S2 now pulling up into the observatory here. So that opens up quite a bit of a opportunity as to what these teams will have to bring in. I mean, because we can see there's like a central band of teams kind of just positioned up in towards center zone, close to what we have in Primorsk and Ferry Pier. And of course, the teams that we had over on the military island, not noobs, they are still just kind of, you know, exploring the territory, ensuring that they are 100% alone. And I think once they have that kind of certainty and they know without a doubt that there's nobody else there, they'll maybe opt for a bit of a rotation, but I think it's going to depend quite heavily on what the zone brings. And I think that's why Not Noobs have not moved up just yet, because the zone could maybe still move to that southern side. So they might be waiting in anticipation to see if the zone could do exactly that. In the meanwhile, S2, though, they found yet another team as they now started to poke and prod into the side there of Tasted. They've wrapped them up. Out they go. Fenerbahce going to be moving up right behind the players from S2G. So S2G, though, getting quite active at this point. And I said, right, they are one of those teams that could definitely look to play for a stronger position here. They were only 2 points behind the players there from Not Noobs. Not Noobs, they've not done anything all too crazy just yet. So they've got a 1 point. So, yeah, there's been a potential change with regards to those points. But, of course, we'll only know with certainty once we get to the end of the match.
Of course, but it's definitely a really, really good start from S2G, and you see that purpose behind them. They know what they have to do, and they've already started doing it. Enigma gets 1 elimination on the board for now. We'll see what else they can do later on as we go back to Vio and Dark Angels, and Vio do have a knock on their hands. They're going to have to try and get that rezzed up ASAP, but it does look like Dark Angels not really looking too hard to actually get the push in on that there. So, in fact, they do actually get a knock onto themselves. Faye goes down, so that's going to be a little bit of a delay. So we'll see that coming on through Fenerbahce as well. On the other hand, lose a knock, but it's to Tiam, and Tiam is looking a little bit low. I mean, what are they going to play for? Really, it's really just for the glory. They've already got 2 wins on the board, and Fenerbahce end up going out to them. I thought they had that one in the bag, DK, but they don't. Tiam lose 1, but take 4 more points to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing that could have happened to Fenerbahce, right? They had 71 points coming into this match, and so far they've added 2 points to that, right? So it puts them on 73, which is well within the top 10. So I wouldn't be all too concerned with them just yet, but unless a team like K12 just miraculously starts playing like we saw Red Tiam play in game 2 and 3, I don't see any reason for Fenerbahce to be really all too worried about things just yet.
Right.
But now it's going to boil down to what our main competing teams will have to bring to the battlefield here, as we are still waiting for Yikes to do anything decisive. That, of course, also then goes still for STG, who we've been talking about a little bit. You can see those 5 eliminations. The zone is going to be taking us a little bit more towards that western side. And yeah, K12 just giving us a nice look, I guess, at their team as they are just eyeing things out, I guess. OOC also one of those teams that don't necessarily have to worry too much about points. It would just be great for them if they could end with a chicken, because they would be then one of the teams that, well, because currently they're the only team in the top 9 that does not have a winner chicken dinner, right? So for OC, it could just be a little bit of a OCD thing, right? Like, yeah, we need a chicken just to balance it out because for reasons, why not, right? Let's go for it.
That is certainly a possibility. I will say the teams of Vio and Dark Angels still in Pachinki. You see that elimination feed being what's the word? Populated, there we go, by those two teams over there. But Vio still managing to hang on to their full squad at the moment. Meanwhile, S2 firmly positioned inside of Quarry, or rather on top of Quarry. So a really good look there as Dark Angels do go out in the end. 0 eliminations, and Vio actually shouldn't be doing too badly on loot there. They don't have that far to go, so won't be too hard for them to move in, at least out of the blue zone, right? If they get going now, they can get out of the blue zone that's located on Pachinki Hill and then move into zone as they see fit. So a nice little pick up there from them. I will say also, Not Noobs did cross the river somewhere somehow, and they are currently in Primorsk and a split in that area, so a good job from them as well. Yikes, though. Yikes and Mel's going head-to-head here, and Yikes actually lose one.
Yeah, I mean, that was Yikes getting picked up in the transition as they rotated through, and I think they made the right call by just leaving the player behind and instead focusing and prioritizing their overall positioning. Those yellow spicks out in the distance that you could see moving there, that was them. Right, so they're not too far away, but they're not too close where they need to be concerned about Mel's immediately reacting to their positioning here. So, yeah, I think a very decisive play being made by Yikes, but now with Yikes and Not Noobs drawing nearer and nearer to each other, they gotta be careful, especially also then with Red Tiam just lurking in the woods, right?
Yeah.
It's that thing that you've heard in the story tales, in the story tales, the fairy tales, the thing in the woods that you want to watch out for. It's called Red Tiam in this version, right? You don't want to you don't want to bump into them in the middle of the woods as they now start to move up to Quarry and starting to extend that reach. But there we go, S2G up ahead, the current leaders with regards to aggression, are going to be looking to just kind of play a consistent game, keep that pacing going, keep the flow going, and in doing so, they could solidify a spot up in the top 10.
They absolutely could, and that's going to be the aim of the game for them. Digital Athletics, not so much on our radar necessarily for that top 10 position at this point in time, but you know what, we want them to have a really good game, show us a little bit of what we saw from them before. Not Noobs also trying to do the exact same thing here, try and get those points. As we've been talking about, they're a big storyline here. We're looking for them to see if they can actually get into that top 10 or maintain that top 10 position, and so far they look very, very set on doing it. A nice little 2-2 split coming in here, but the zone has shifted once again. It's gone a little bit to the north of Primor, so no longer are these hills viable for play, as a lot of the teams in Quarry now actually having to move. I mean, you see Digital Athletics here on the very, very edge of this zone, and unfortunately for them, that shift by S2G is on the other side of the hills of Quarry, so there's no opportunities to get those points on rotation.
But it's okay. I mean, because Digital Athletics, they just going to look to play it out, see how far it takes them. We do say goodbye to NATO as well, as they will not be making it up in towards this next phase. And we can see S2G and K12 now finding themselves in a bit of an altercation. And this is the troubling part here for S2G. They need to survive, right? They can't afford to go out now. They want to try and play for that survivability because Not Noobs are still alive, right? So if Not went out, S2G could maybe feel a little bit more comfortable, but we're also not in placement point territory yet, right? So we still need to see a few more teams go. We need 3 more teams to drop out of this match before we hit the placement points. So yeah, there is still a bit of pressure riding on these teams. They're going to have to try and survive as long as they realistically can. But you got to watch out for a team like Vio because, I mean, Vio they could play quite a bit of an upset here, right? They've got quite a bit of power. They have the opportunity to help decide who makes it up into the top 10 and who doesn't.
Absolutely. Nice little drive-by there onto Aurora, but you're absolutely right. Vios has a ton of power here. As Venus does go down, maybe that power is getting cut off little by little here, but you know what? Vios still have a solo up and running, 4 eliminations on the board for them, and not noobs. Actually here, this is interesting. Starting to actually get gate kept here. Maybe they just played this a little too long, and as teams start zooming on past and into zone, this is where not noobs could get left behind.
Well, let's see what is the approach here for them as the pressure is on. It's going to be not noobs now looking for a bit of that continuation, a bit of a roll on forward as they look to pick up the basing. S2G also is going to be trying to slide their way past the side of Red Tiam. The push is there. S2G still somewhat separated out on the edge of Zoran, and with that Zoran moving all the way over towards that far western side, it is going to add quite a bit of trouble now to the teams that we know are going to be vying for those points, right? They want to try and survive. They want to try and make it, but it is not going to be an easy one. Yikes, of course, being one of said teams that would look to try and capitalize or benefit off of the points that could be gained right here. Enigma Dolls right alongside them. And I mean, this is the thing, as we've said, right? The teams a little bit lower on the standings that are not necessarily in contention for top 10. They've got quite a bit of power. They have quite a bit of deciding power here to who will be making it in. So yeah, this is one of the toughest matches, the last match of the day.
Yeah, it's really, really shaping up to be, as you said, a really tough match, a really, really difficult one to try and do anything with, let alone if you're one of these teams like S2G or Not Noobs or Yikes, who are trying their best to get as many points as possible. Even just the terrain is being very forbidding when it comes to those points. There's not really any area where you can just kind of sit up top and get a bunch of points. Yes, Red Tiam have a good vantage point, but still, there isn't that much that they can do with it, and that's why you are seeing S2G skate on by here, low perhaps, but still in the running. 9 eliminations on the board for them is really, really good, and even if they just go down to as a duo now, if just one more team goes out before they do, they also get placement points.
You know, it's going to be a very confusing outcome if the 3 teams that I talked about end up in the top 3 of this match.
That would be crazy.
Right. The final 3 is like, okay, well,
shoot.
yeah, that's going to be a thing. That's going to be quite a bit of a troubling play. But let's see how this one plays out as we are looking at the convergence of teams now coming towards the zone, starting to build up on the edges. We got Yumi also just rushing on in full, sending it up right into the aggression here. S2 going to be losing a player. Digital Athletics going to get taken out down to the final 8. We go in. We are now within placement point territory. So this is where those 3 squads want to be, right? From here, try and add on a few supplementary points. It is going to be Yikes Lord that are going to be taken out as they do secure at least a placement point. And of course, that elimination point. Is that going to be enough? I'm not quite convinced, right? It is now turning over onto the shoulders of S2G, and still not noobs, right? Not noobs. They are the defenders, the gatekeepers, the deciders as to who will be allowed to pass them. But the pressure is on. And now Red Tiam, they just trying to end the day on a big note. I've already done so much here today. I mean, if there's any team that doesn't really need to do a single thing, is Red Tiam, right? 71 points. That's what they've been able to secure in just the first 4 matches. Absolutely ridiculous performance, but in the best possible way. OOC, they've also been having quite a bit of a good day though, right? 49 points. So great consistency that they've been showing, and they've only been overtaken by Mel's Novo in their daily points acquired. We do see another player there from the Red Tiam also getting dropped down. Enigma Dolls Bloom going to be holding nice and steady alongside the edge of the door. But where will this go for them? Unfortunately, it's going to be lobby. But the interesting thing though that I noticed is Retiam and OOC Dreamcore, right?
Yes.
They are the two teams that have been able to secure the most points out of all our teams so far, right? Including week 1 and week number 2.
That's crazy. That is a crazy stat, that one that they should definitely be proud of. And OOC still in the running here. Bazumi is down, just down to that solo Amaya, but still, you know, you're in the top 4. That's looking good. S2 as well, also in this top 4 position here. 3 up, 1 knock, so potentially they're a full squad at the end of a few short minutes. But Pmewl, Nova as well, looking on the outside of zone. But I think really the fight here is the one at hand. It's gotta be, right? OOC versus S2 gets the first one, and gonna try and get Bazumi back up before Pmewl Nova starts to creep on in, because this is the high ground where the zone is centered up, and you need as many players as possible here to actually fend off those teams below.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be pretty high at this point. OOC also just going to look to contest, right? They have a few of those Group 8 teams that they can move past in the standings. Not noobs. They are going to go out right then and there with 6 eliminations, I believe that was that I saw. Maybe I just couldn't read properly. Would also not surprise me all that much. But yeah, we got 3 teams left to fight it out for the final winner chicken dinner in this week. OOC, Pmewl, and S2. S2 looking pretty confident as to where they are. Pmewl's also only sitting on 3 eliminations, right? So not going for an excessive amount of points here. Oh, but a quick reaction as the shots continue to get traded either which way. OOC
Nicely
being able
done.
to bounce back onto a 2-piece. And so far, they've only found 1 chicken dinner, right, across the board. And they are going to be looking to see if they can maybe secure their second one right here in this single match. But the pressure is going to be on. The previous chicken they got was on Erangel. So are they going to go for their second one? I mean, they obviously got to try. They have the advantage. They have the positioning here. But will they now be allowed to pull it off?
That is the big question here, and I like what OC is doing, right? They're not really going full send over onto S2. They're using those nades and things like that to make sure that they don't lose that position that they have to Pmewl. But they will be kind of back and forth, using that duo to their advantage a little bit here, as Pmewl will be trying to res their teammates back up. They need that 2 up so they can have a 2v2v2. I almost want to root for Pmewl just because that would mean 3 wins in one day, which would be kind of crazy. However, both S2 and OOC have done such a good job in this game. All 3 of these teams deserve this final win of the night. And it's just a matter of time before we figure out who it actually is going to be.
Yeah, only time will tell. But the pressure is on as you get that 2v2v2 that you were asking for. But who's going to be the next team to get shipped on out of here? As we do see Capitana, version 7, getting taken on down. Freya trying to pull off the res, but the HP bar is not going to allow that to come to fruition. Now it's going to be that full send. OOC and Pmewl getting ready for the final showdown. 6 eliminations for OOC. They're going to look to try and at least advance further up those overall standings, but it is going to be XQ that sneaks in a very cheeky hit off the side. Amaya now trying to figure out what is going to be the best approach to take here, as the zone is going to start to move pretty dang soon. And with that, it is going to be the end of the road. Pmewl Nova securing themselves the winner chicken dinner. You ask, Nep, and you shall receive, as they get their 3rd chicken for the day. Only 2 teams have been victorious today. Red Tiam Blossom and Pmewl Nova. That's it. That's who got the chickens today.
That's interesting. First of all, thank you very much. I did want that, so that's awesome. Because that's an insane stat. 5 games, 3 going to Pmewl and 2 going to Tiam is crazy. First of all, nobody else had a chance. I feel so bad for OOC, though. They had the position, they had the players, they had the advantage all the way around, and just ended up losing out there a little bit. it's unfortunate for sure, but we'll see how it goes on that leaderboard, because you were right, those 3 teams made it fairly far. Not Noobs and S2G were kind of neck and neck. So really something we're going to have to watch going into those overall standings. But what a stat to come out of that game.
Yeah, I mean, quite the stat, quite the day, quite the play. It's been a ridiculous day.
It has.
Right, in the best possible way. It's been a hot minute since I've last seen a day of PUBG turn out this way. So, yeah, firstly, a big shout out going out to all the teams. You guys are absolute legends, monsters. Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been an absolute blast, and that's only the halfway point. We've got another week to go. We still have the finals to work through. So it's going to be an absolutely insane showcasing, but of course, we got to start somewhere with our final bit of the day. It is going to be the side of Pmewl Nova securing themselves those 6 eliminations, 1144. That is what they're going to have, but they took slightly more damage than what they dealt, right? Coming in on 1196. So a very close, balanced play from the side here of Pmewl's. But yeah, I'm curious to see what the overall stats are going to be.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. And I mean, it was a rough game. I mean, we talked about that a little bit, didn't we, towards the end of the final circles, where it was one of the most difficult games I think we've had to date, in that the terrain blocks most sightlines from most teams. So either you're going in blind, or those knocks are not being flushed because they're being able to be res because you don't have those sightlines, or it's just not allowing you to get those eliminations and get those knocks on those rotations or anything. So it was a very, very difficult zone. For being so open, it's very, very hidden at the same time. So all of these teams played it very, very well. I think they all did a great job with it. Amaya as well. I mean, OOC, they did a great game, and you can see that as MVP of the match is going to be Amaya. 5 eliminations, 944 damage as well, nearly that 1,000. But yeah, it was a really, really good game from all teams concerned, all players concerned, and you're seeing the results of that now.
Yeah, a good overall play, and again, shout out going out there to Amaya. But this is the bit that matters, right? Oh, all right, okay, so Pmewl's coming through with their 16 points.
Yes.
Great job. OOC coming through with 12 points. Great job. Getting very close to that winner chicken dinner. You can see all the eliminations for the top 3 essentially being the same. 6 across the board, right? Not Noobs. They were the gatekeepers. They got 10 points, so that does move them up a slight little bit. Red Tiam, they don't have to worry about points. S2G, they also needed points to try and catch up, right? But there could have been a thing that happened. Okay. I think you've got an idea as to what it is that I'm alluding to, but we'll get 100% confirmation once we make it onto the next page, the next screen, the next graphic.
Yes.
Right?
Drum roll.
Yeah, more like a stress roll, please. But yeah, things happen, things are there, and here we have it.
Oh. Moment of silence for Boars immediately. Ouch. 2 points.
Yeah.
2 points.
Unfortunate.
Very.
I mean, they tried, right? I mean,
very
there's nothing
hard.
that we can say. There's nothing that we can say that would make up for it, aside from they tried, right? They played the best that they could.
I mean, they won
the
2
games that they had. Yeah, they got 2 winner chicken dinners. But the last day is the crazy day, right?
Yep.
It is the day where the teams coming in have a lot of power, a lot of say as to what is going to happen with regards to these standings, right? Had Boars been in Group B or C today, they might have been elsewhere on the standings, right? And that is just the inevitable part, the unfortunate part, the part that's outside of your reach. And, you know, the teams, they tried to do it as best they can, but there we have it, the teams that have made it in. And of course, our performers that we have here as well. We've got N77 all the way from Not Noobs also joining us then up in the player focus alongside Pmewl's old daddy making it in here. And of course, Cat Veins still holding nice and steady up in pole position.
Isn't she just all these players? You can see those stats that are all pretty insane, and Cat Vane's going to be topping that which is no surprise, right? She's topping it by quite a way, nine eliminations over the rest of these players on the board. And as you see this head to head, here you go, yeah, 36% to 30%, very very similar stats wise. Just those eliminations going skyrocketing towards Cat Vane's, because even the damage dealt is very, very similar here. So Cat Vane's just having possibly that better advantage, the better position, the better scope out onto the rest of the lobby that was able to actually pick up on these knocks, on these eliminations, because that damage is very, very similar.
Yeah, the turning point was game 2 and 3. That's where Cat Vane's just flew up this board, right?
Yes.
Because if you remember back to those two crazy games, the games in which Red Team got their chicken dinners, that is where a lot of that consistency happened. But of course, this is where we are. We have our final teams that have made it through to next week. This is the lineup that we have, and the teams are going to be playing an absolutely insane few matches. Of course, we've got Galatasaray in there. We've got the Istanbul Wildcats next, Roya. We've got R8. We've got Lighter Esports, GOAT Esports, as well as Bonfire up in the mix. I mean, this is just such a play, right? Teams are going to be making for quite a finals. And I mean, every season is quite exciting right here in the PMEWL, but I think this Wonder League finals is going to be a pretty tough one to play through.
It absolutely is, especially if you're Galatasaray, right? This is where we get to that big pressure moment for them. 3 days only against this lobby to defend your back-to-back-to-back final champion title. That is crazy. Yep. I don't want to be them at all next week, but that's where we have to leave it, DK. We are done with tonight. Our finalists have been named. GG's to all the teams who played last week and this week as well. We will be back on Monday, same time, same place, for our finals, where there are not only 5, but 6 games each and every night coming into play here for our 16 teams. Until then, we thank you for joining us here this evening. Thank you, DK, for joining me on this epic adventure, and we will see you all next week.